Ugh. Okay. I don't know if things are working on my end or not. Because, two-factor authentication got turned on, and it screwed up all my streaming stuff. Yay! Let's see. Okay, I think my stream is on. Ugh. And my OBS studio is just like, constantly loading. God. Well, hopefully all is well. Today is a day. Hi, Jingo. I am glad to hear that you can hear me at least. Also, 1010 Lisp. Ugh. Stupid Invisaligners. I will maybe never get used to it, which isn't a good thing. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Found my controller. Lisping like a champ. Can't see shit in Streamlabs. God. Oh, wow. My pronunciation was not this bad earlier, so I don't know what happened. Jesus Christ. Guess I'm going to have to put more effort into not lisping. Which is going to be impossible. Well, okay, maybe not more effort being impossible, but this isn't going to be easy. I don't like the way I talk right now. Shh. Jesus. You'll be laughing your ass off while I'll be busy being like salty as fuck. Okay. Where are my notes? Jesus Christ. I'm lisping like crazy. And also, I've done a bunch of this, so I'm just going to try to speed through it and find my notes.
That's right.
Where the heck did I put my notes? Where the heck did I put my pronunciation? seriously though, where are my notes? I want my notes. I want my pronunciation. I want my list to go away. Damn it. I also want to not wear my Invisaligners because I can't snack while I'm wearing them, and I can't drink sweet drinks, and I can't drink my tea, and I can't do most of the stuff I want to do, which is all food and drink related naturally. So basically, I'm going to be internally hangry unless I get used to this, which is a toss-up. I may never get used to it. Yep, naturally I will be very hangry. Because while I understand this is a good thing, preventing me from snacking like crazy whenever I get the urge, the fact that I can't snack whenever I want to is also going to annoy me. 10-10. Best me ever. Jesus Christ, cannot find my notes. So I'm just going to grab a random scratch paper and hope for the best. Fine. If I can just find my scratch paper. Things are going well today from not being able to connect to anything for a little while because of two-factor authentication, to the not having affiliate status yet because I have to go through a bunch of paperwork and read some documents, and I haven't gotten to that yet. Naturally. Okay. Pen retrieved. I guess I'll find a random notebook, maybe? Right, oh yes, I did say random scratch paper will do just fine, so, let's see. At least I made my lovely little paper lantern earlier, so something. Okay, found a piece of scrap paper. I can take notes. I can continue lisping while certain people laugh at me. Hi, Pizza. Hi, Orlov. I've had the stats for it, but I haven't had enough streams for it. And I'm wearing Invisaligners, and I just got them yesterday. So it's going to be a bit before I get over this lisp. Oh yeah, I sound like Jake right now when he first got his braces. Or whatever. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it a lot. This is probably karma for me laughing at Jake. Because he had a lisp. Yeah, well, that would make sense. Maybe I'll hit him up for ways to deal with it because I cannot stop messing with these things. They feel weird in my mouth and they never stop feeling weird. And they're all like, oh, you know, in 2 days you'll start talking normally again and stuff like that. And I'm like, the first day, I barely had a lisp. The second day, maybe. The second day, my lisp is worse. Like, my lisp is worse right now. Because, maybe, I don't know. It might also be because, it's been irritating the heck out of my mouth. Because it feels weird, and so I ended up getting, like, dry mouth, and then, because it's something my teeth aren't used to, when I was eating a little bit earlier, like, my gums and my teeth were sore whenever I chewed, because they're, like, pushing my teeth into, like, they're slowly trying to adjust my teeth to a different position. So they're applying pressure on my teeth. And then also because it felt weird, I kept, like chomping down on them and, like, gritting my teeth and grinding my teeth because it felt really, really weird. Which also, helped irritate my gums. So now my gums are swollen. They bled when I flossed because they're really, really irritated right now. Mouth is dry. My tongue hurts, which is not what I expected, but my tongue hurts. Probably because the Invisalign has, like, a little bit of, like, it's changed a little bit of the shape of my mouth. And I keep accidentally biting the inside of my cheek. So yeah, it's a torture device, and I hate it. But I need it. So, yeah. Hi, Masa. 5 a.m. stream or bus, Bronos? We'll see. I am trying to finish the investigation and the court thing. So we'll see. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be that bad for everyone. You'd have to probably ask Jake or someone else, but because I kept, like, I could not stop messing with it, I think I made it worse for myself. I think I, like, really contributed to it, messing with my gums. What's worth it? The, game or the, Jesus Christ, my Streamlabs is still not connecting. At least, not from what I can see. Oh, okay, the Invisalign? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's probably worth it for me as well, because, I have just an issue with, like, the positioning of my bite. My teeth are kind of okay, really. Like, they're pretty okay. But, the problem is I have, like, the way my bite is positioned is that my top teeth hit my bottom teeth, and it's caused them to, chip, and there's, like, a little bit of, like, a indentation on my top teeth, because they've been hitting, like, the bottom teeth constantly and wearing each other away, which has caused cavities that, like, if my bite wasn't an issue, wouldn't have happened, kind of thing. Yeah, that's what's going on with me. My teeth are wearing way faster than they should because the way my bite is positioned causes my teeth to constantly, like my front teeth, which, to constantly collide against each other. The back teeth, it's fine, they're meant to take that kind of pressure, but the front teeth end up chipping eventually that way, which is what's been happening to me. So, had a cavity because too much of one of my front teeth got chipped away, basically putting a hole in it. Yay! So then I was like, realized after that, just like, if I don't get Invisalign, I may not have front teeth much earlier than I am willing to lose them. Yeah, I know, right? Yay, cavities. Love the shot. Love the dang numbing shot. Hurts like hell. I hate it. And I hate the Invisaligner right now. Okay, there's a fresh bracelet on the cup. Yeah, right. Okay, I forgot. I was just like going to try to zip through this because I finished everything in this room previously. Oh wait, I wonder, are there people who haven't seen this? Should I like read out loud and then everyone can hear my wonderful lisp even more? More lisp. Okay. I managed to lose 2 of my braces as a kid. Huh? How do you lose your brace? I don't know much about braces. So, oh right, you wanted to hear more lisp. Okay. I'll start after this then. Okay. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All, I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Sure did. Which, I guess explains the trip down here. God, that sounded super southern. That sure did. Blah, what the hell? Oh my god, I'm southern. Oh no, my southern's coming out more. My southern is coming out more now that I'm, like, lisping and stuck with this Invisaligner and stuff. Whee! But did she really need to get stronger that badly? Sure did. Yeah. I told you the lisp is strengthening your accent. You specified an American accent, not Southern. You didn't say my Southern accent was becoming stronger. And yeah, it is probably messing with my accent because I'm trying to talk with, I'm trying to avoid the lisp and it's making me change the way I talk in a really weird way. How is Southern not American? It is American, but like it's a more specific type. When people think I'm like, because I've been previously told that I have a generic American accent. So when you said it's strengthening my American accent, I'm like, is it strengthening the generic American accent? Is your desire to succeed that strong as a Texan? Yeah, it's a distinct thing, like what Pizza said. The American accent sounds a little bit like like a Southern accent could technically be considered, yes, an American accent, but a Southern accent is kind of its own thing. There's a Texan with a cowboy hat accent. Jesus Christ, I really do have more of an accent now. Welp. Yeah, I am trying to talk differently, which is definitely affecting my accent. Because I'm also trying to enunciate more, but like, it's really difficult because, again, like, there's like, the Invisaligner has like, a couple like little ridges on the back right now, which is like in the way of my tongue. Which is like, why my tongue hurts is because I keep on like, when I talk and stuff like that, I keep bumping my tongue or accidentally like, yeah. So, but did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't all that strong. I don't know, man. Haven't really thought about that stuff. The cause of Chihiro is complex. I really want to get rid of this lisp. Okay. I can't help wondering what it might be. Maybe if I keep on talking, I'll figure out how to avoid the lisp. Maybe. Or I might make it worse. Either or. Mondo's account has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. I mean, now that I think about it, because I've read all these lines before, it's going to be really easy. It's going to be really easy to do a comparison between pre-Invisaligner and post-Invisaligner because I've said these lines before. Now I believe it's about time for us to move on. Huh? Already? New clues won't magically appear by standing around here. We need to check every aspect of this case. Her accent is slowly traveling south. That's true, but...
Let's go.
If you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. He's so pushy. I got caught up with the wrong person this time. Up the hills. So, this is our next location. Standard American, then Texan. Next is Mexican. Oh boy. Huh? This place is related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? Ellipses. Maybe this gun was used to... No, impossible. If that were true, Chihiro would be riddled with holes. A surveillance camera. Even as Chihiro was being murdered, I bet the mastermind was just sitting there watching. They know what's happened, and they're still forcing us to go through with this. If I remember right, this card reader is meant to work with our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma. We need to examine the Pompadour. As long as she doesn't make it to West Virginia, perfect place to hide a weapon. Maybe. Hi, Masa. I can't do a young master annoyed voice anymore. It's just Southern lisp. Yay. He said that, then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together.
Did you call for me?
You called for me? Has he been domesticated?
That's right.
It seems that Makoto has a question for you. Then go for annoyed plantation owner. Oof.
You need something?
Sure, what's up? Well, it's just about this card reader.
Yep.
Yes? The card reader the card readers have all been designed in blah, blah, blah. Stupid freaking lisp. Yes. Or yes? Alright, no. Yes, the card readers have all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks. I give up on the voices. I can't do this right now. It ain't happening. I can't. I'm like, bah! Okay, whatever. It's fine. You can only enter the locker room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook. Yep, it's not happening. It ain't happening. It ain't happening today. Just embrace it. And it's impossible for 2 people in a row to go through while the door is unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
If there was some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl, the ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter. And the school regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct. So then, that means only girls can go in the girls' locker room, and only boys can go in the boys' locker room. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker room means... Hey, Makoto, I can see right through you. See right through me? Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. Since Chihiro was found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So in other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such ignorance.
Good lord, you're simple. But am I wrong? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. No, I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of the noble Tamagami family. So you managed to sniff out the loophole in the regulations. Yes, so is looting. Knowing you, I would bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things. What is that face, Pizza? I really want to know, like, what is that reacting to? You're treating me like... You're treating me like a puny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore. They're things.
Yep.
Get it? Got it? Good. Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but in order to borrow something from someone, then that means someone would have to loan it, so,
Why you?
So sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your poop together. Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. Shock to this brilliant loophole. Oh, okay, to the loophole. No more questions. Figure out the rest your own damn self. Ah! There are moments where I feel like I've almost got that list gone. And then it's like, words hard, difficult. Yes, I'm lispy as fuck. Like, I want to flip a table. I'm so annoyed. No, I'm wearing Invisaligners currently. So I'm doing a Jake, lisping like crazy on a stream for a while. And the funny thing is that my lisp was not so bad earlier on. Like, it really wasn't, like, when I first put on my Invisaligners, my lisp was barely there. Now that I've had them on for a while, my lisp is worse. Which is opposite of what they told me would happen, so, hopefully this doesn't just keep going and getting worse. Ellipses. Well, I know you are unfortunately lacking in mental faculties, so I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. The main hall? That'll help you understand what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, braces, gang. Note to self. Pester Jake about ways to deal with Invisaligners. God, I hate these Invisaligners. They also make me hangry. It gets better, not really. Have you ever had them, though? Card reader has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Hangry. Hungry plus angry. have the metallic old school braces right now. Oh, pap, pap, pap. But yeah, because I love my snacking. I love snacking. But with Invisaligners, I have to wear them 22 hours, at least 22 hours a day. Which means, like, and you can't have anything but plain, you shouldn't have anything but plain water when you have them in. And I like my snacking, and I get hungry at random hours, and I like to drink tea, which you can't drink, like, you can't have hot drinks, or sugary drinks, or sodas, or caffeine while you have Invisaligners in, and I love to sip my tea, like I'll sit there for hours drinking tea, and I can't do that. I can't have my, like, lemon water that I usually like to drink, because the acidity is really bad for your teeth. Can't sip my coffee when I'm at work. If I'm hungry, I can't snack because, after I have to take the Invisaligners out, and then after I eat, I need to floss and brush my teeth. And clean the Invisaligners before putting them back in. And I only have 2 hours a day where I can have them off. So yeah. Yeah, basically. Bane Chronos. Absolutely. I wouldn't normally be hungry, like, in the middle of the night, like, unless I haven't eaten. But I ate dinner last night, and because I had the Invisaligners in, I don't know, I kept thinking about food constantly. Like, that was what ended up happening. I just kept thinking about food. About how I couldn't have food, which was getting to me. And then I ended up, like, going to bed, and then rolling around in bed, and then thinking, like, I want a snack. And then I was just like, but, you know, I can't. So then I rolled around some more, and then an hour later, it was like, I'm getting hunger pangs. Like, I'm hungry now. Like, I'm actually hungry. Like, I have hunger pangs. And then it was like, but it's like middle of the night. And then, yeah. And then I went to work today, and then I realized at work that I didn't bring a toothbrush because I just forgot. Like, I didn't think about it. I didn't bring a toothbrush, I didn't bring any floss. So then it was like... So I skipped lunch, and then I came home and I ate it finally at like nearly 8 p.m. And that was my breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at once. And I was getting really hungry and really frustrated. Like, the braces I lost were like that, a plastic thingy to fix my bite, and metal to shove my teeth into place. How do I expect me to keep that up? But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like, I mean, they say that you can probably get away with just, like, rinsing your mouth thoroughly, but, like, it's really not recommended because the Invisaligners will basically keep, like, if there's stuff stuck between your teeth or, like, stuff stuck on your teeth, it'll keep it stuck to the surface of your teeth instead of letting, like, your saliva help get rid of it or anything like that. So, if you aren't very good about your hygiene with the Invisaligners, like, it can fuck up your teeth way more. And way faster, so it's like, that's why you can't have anything acidic, and like, also they stain really easily, which is why you can't have acidic stuff, you can't have anything that's like got tannins, or like, you know, coffees, teas, or like colored, you can't have like things that are like colored. You can't have anything with any sugar or starches while you have your Invisaligner in, because those will probably get into like the little plastic Invisaligner thingy, and then it'll like basically get stuck like there against your teeth, feeding bacteria, causing plaque buildup, and also speeding up decay. Yeah, no tea, no snacks, no lemon water, like no coffee. I was gonna lose it this morning. We came to the main hall. I should like, right, I'm streaming. And well, ranting about Invisaligners, but also I'm technically supposed to be playing a game. Also, pizza. I'm thinking again about no coffee. Maybe I can live without teeth. Yeah, like you can have that stuff. Like, I'm actually like looking at the chat again and like realizing I missed a bunch. A couple of big meals, no snacking, yep. You can have coffee, but you have to take your Invisaligners out, and then after you have your coffee, they recommend rinsing your mouth out, and like if you can't brush your teeth, but like they would prefer you brush your teeth if you've just had like coffee. Otherwise, in a pinch, they say you can like rinse your mouth out with water, but it's not really what they recommend. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, like I think theoretically I have some stevia here and I have some xylitol. I could probably make like sweetened water, like just flavored water, as long as there's like nothing acidic or anything, and this is just straight up stevia. Well, I don't know, I have to check. Actually, I do have to check this, because this one also says there's 11% organic cane alcohol, and I need to see if that's something that bacteria will eat. If it is, then I'm just gonna have to use nothing but xylitol for like my sweetened water, and also I need to drink like way more water now. Cause yeah, my mouth is irritated, and I'm getting dry mouth, and it's great. I love it. Invisaligners, bane of my existence. It is so anti everything that I like to do. So, what are we looking for here? Ellipses. Does that mean I have to figure it out for myself? A surveillance camera, and there's what I can only assume is a gun attached to it. At least treatment is usually quick. They said I had 10 trays, so it might be an express Invisaligner, but like, I didn't realize it till I got home that that I think I need like the tray bag to actually register my Invisaligners and see exactly what my plan is. because 1010 me, I didn't realize, like, I didn't really understand what was like exactly like what to expect with the Invisaligners, and like the paperwork for it. So I didn't know there was like different plans for Invisaligners, and like I don't know which plan I'm on. I only know that there's 10 trays, which I mean I think it's a series of 10 trays. I hope. So yeah, I'm not even sure which Invisaligner thing I got, because 1010 me, I didn't know what to look for or what questions to ask. Until I got the Invisaligners and were like, huh, wait a second. So, if it's 10, like, sets of trays, then I think it's supposed to be about no more than, I don't think it'll be more than 20 weeks. And it'll definitely be less than that because I'm getting my next set of trays next week. So, because usually you get the trays and they're like, you wear them for 1 to 2 weeks. And since I'm getting the next one next week, that's a 1 week setting for that one, so that would be 19 hours, even if the rest of them were 2 hours. Or 19 hours? 19 weeks. Wow. 19 weeks, unless even if the rest of them were 2 weeks time, I think. Also, like, there's like an Invisaligner patient ID that you need to like get, and like there's different plans, and like some plans will allow you to get as many refinements as you would like. And if I have the express version, which I might because 10 trays usually means express version, then they've overcharged me. But I didn't know about the different plans, and I didn't know about the other price options as much, and I wasn't sure what my insurance covered. So I really should have been more on top of things, but I didn't realize there was so much about Invisaligners till I put them in yesterday, and then was like, wait a second. How do I register my Invisaligners? Where's this ID thing? And then I found an Invisaligner Reddit, and then saw some questions about the 10 tray thing, and it was like, and there was like, yeah, 10 trays probably means express, and someone, like, I don't know what the prices are for different regions, but yeah. For Invisalign and build braces. Oh, that sounds great. To be honest, I've been wearing braces for almost 3 years. Pandemic delayed my treatment and I'm exhausted. Oof. Pat, pat, pat. I can understand wanting them out because, like, I've only had them in 2 days and I'm about done. I had to move pretty much every single tooth on my upper bite one at a time. Oof. Yeah, I'm going to have to move most of my upper teeth. But, like, I think they can all be moved at once. Like, slowly with Invisaligners. But yeah, they just need to be readjusted so that they don't collide with each other. Basically, the bite pressure is way too high. They had to, like, me do some sort of bite test. And they're like, if it shows up as, like, even yellow, that's, like, not a good sign. And then there's, like, you know, the gradients from, like, yellow, like, I think it was, like, a yellow-green, and then a yellow, and then, like, an orange, and then a red, and then a lot of them were in, like, the orange and red category for, like, my top tooth, like, or my top front teeth bite, and that was just, like, that's, really bad because that means that there's a lot of pressure being exerted on your front teeth, which is explaining why you have all these chips on your teeth, and also why, like, you're gonna, like, why you keep getting cavities on your front teeth, and, you don't deal with that, then, you're gonna need dentures. Like, sooner or later, your teeth will be too fucked. And, we'll have to replace all your teeth. And I was like, no thank you, we're getting the aligners. Though I didn't ask how long it would take for me to probably lose all my teeth, but, you know, rather than lose all my teeth and have to get them all crowned first, and then, like, spend that time after getting them all crowned, like, eventually have that crown wear down, and then eventually just have to replace my teeth and basically get dentures early, I was just like, I'll just get the aligners. And I was like, this is fine, I'll just treat this like a diet, and now I'm like, I regret everything. I regret everything. But, well, okay. I say I regret it, and I kinda do, but I kinda don't, because I actually like my teeth. Or rather, I'd rather not have to replace my teeth. I like my teeth in my mouth. As they are. And, not extra damaged. It's so chilling. Okay. Good thing to take care of them, yeah. So yeah, like if I, like they suggested it some time ago because I kept asking about whether I was like gritting my teeth and like grinding my teeth in my sleep and stuff like that. And then I even got like a night guard, which I also hated because it felt funny. But yeah, yeah, go through the pain. Yeah, but then afterwards it's gonna be like, I'm gonna have to get retainers, and like, well, admittedly, if you take really good care of retainers, I hear that like some people have managed to make them like last 5 to 10 years if they take like really, really good care of it. So I'm hoping I'll get lucky like that. Well, get lucky and take care of my retainers well enough that I can keep using my retainers for an extended period of time, then I don't have to pay for new retainers all the time. Once this is done, because once this is done, I'm still gonna need retainers. My lateral incisors were a baby tooth attached only by my gums, and a micro tooth. They took both out, and the braces have been moving them one at a time, so now my old canines are lateral incisives, and premolars are canines, and so on. Oh, that's why I wouldn't need implants. Yeah, I needed implants, because I had... Hi, Young. I'm lisping like Jake did when he had his Invisaligners. Fuck you, Jung. Fuck you. Fuck you, Young. Fuck you. I am not short. I'm average height for an American woman. Fuck you. I'm average. I checked. Fuck you. No, I'm average height for an American woman. I checked. And I'm tall for a Chinese woman, so ha, take that, you fuckers. Pretty sure I'm tall for a Chinese woman. I better be tall for a Chinese woman. Wait, what's it? Chinese woman, average height. Ha! Yeah, I'm tall for a Chinese woman. So, fuck you. Fuck you. Krona's short and berry. Oh yeah, wasn't she smaller than Chihiro? No, I'm taller than Chihiro. Chihiro is tiny! Chihiro's the dead girl. The one who died this time around. But yes, I think I checked and think China for woman, what's it woman? Yep, there's average female height. Okay. So average female height for China in general is 5'2". Okay, maybe slightly short for Beijing, but fuck them. China Beijing is 5'5". Fuck them. China Dalian Liaoning, Dalian Liaoning. That's 5'4.5". Fuck. China Wuhan, Hubei, 5'4". China Hangzhou, Zhejiang, 5'3.5". I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right though. Masa would know better than me. Maybe Fusion too. But in general, I am taller than the average in China. So fuck you. Let's see. Average male height? It's funny you compare yourself to her. Average Chinese woman height is pretty damn low bar though. I mean, young gonna have unit, I'm not putting triple day for the BR young. So it's average male height. I don't want to have units. What is 5 foot? 5 feet. Where is it exactly? Oh, 5 foot is about 151.8 centimeters. So 1.51 meters. 1.5, whatever. 1.51 or 151.8 cm equals 5 feet. Average male height in China. I was going to check that. 5'7". Average male height in China. I got to experience what it was like being tall. I towered about the crowd then when I went to China for a high school grad trip. You consider a size category higher. We consider giant Indonesia. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Longer reach, nice. Oh yeah. So Masa, this fun thing too is I went to China. And I was so happy. The one time I was in China, I was only there for like a couple weeks. But like I was walking around the crowd and I saw this like lady walk by and she was wearing these like 6-inch high heels. Like she was wearing some really high heels, just trotting on by. And she walked right by me and I looked over and realized she came up to my shoulder and I was like, I literally said, like I started grinning. Like I literally had the biggest grin on my face and I was like, I feel American right now. Like now I really feel American. Like I suddenly know what it feels like to be American. Let's see. I'm nearly 40 centimeters taller than that. I see. Now you should get a book that tells you all the average heights of each place, etc. I usually Google the average heights and then I usually check those every few months when it comes up. Truth, Jingo, truth. But like, also you can't blame me. You can't blame me. I was so happy. It was wonderful. I was like, I'm a tall person now. How is the weather down there? The hunk of metal blocking the entrance seems like some kind of machine. I frequently feel tall, but that's because my mom is tiny. Yeah, I'm actually shorter than my mom, and my brother, and my dad. But at least I think I'm a little taller than some of my male cousins in Singapore. And I'm definitely taller than my male cousins in Taiwan. And I think I'm taller than most of my cousins in Taiwan, actually, male and female. Which is great. And I had a cousin who got so mad because I went to a meetup in Singapore and everyone there was fucking like 6 foot something. Like every one of them was like 180 plus, you know. Like, what was it? 6 feet? 6 feet. Yeah, every one of them was like 183 plus. And my cousin was about my height, which is like, I think it's like 164 cm was my height. Last I checked. Let's see. Yeah. I was around 164, and my cousin's about my height, and he was legitimately extremely mad. Like, he was so mad when he came with me to the meetup to accompany me, because all of them were like all of them were like, it was mostly guys who were like 183 plus cm, and then there's my cousin who's entire like 20 cm shorter, and he was just mad. My mom is 170 and I'm a little her for being short. Yeah, but guys being her height is pretty sad. Small parts of the family, I guess. See, the weird thing is, my grandfather was actually tall. Though my grandmother was tiny, but she was a very old lady by the time I met her. Like, she had one of my aunts, I think, when she was like late 40s. So she was tiny by the time I saw her. Like, and by the time I remember her, she was already like 60 something or 70 by the time I came around. Like, yeah, I think she was at least her mid 60s by the time I was born. And apparently my mom says like my grandmother, her mother was pretty crazy because she didn't really have a concept of fear. Like, she wasn't very educated, but like, and she didn't really seem to like know the danger. So there was one time they got locked out and she scaled like 4 stories, climbing the outside of the building of like just a vertical wall of an apartment complex. And then there was this gap that was at least like 180, like it was like probably nearly 2 meters, if not more. Like, I saw the building. And there was this gap that's like 2 meters or more or something like that. And like this lady was like she was probably, let's see, let me convert this to centimeters real quick. Yeah, she was probably around like 150 centimeters. Like, my grandmother was like, or shorter. Like, she was probably 150 centimeters or shorter. She just, like, scaled a vertical, like, several vertical walls, like, just several stories. And then there was this big ol', like, concrete gap, just straight wall, concrete gap of at least 2 meters. And apparently, while she was scaling the wall, she jumped from, like, one part of the wall to, like, the next section that was, like, that had, like, handholds. So she jumped like an entire like 2 fucking meters, 3 feet, like 3 floors off the ground, and then kept climbing. And like, it was insane to think of this tiny lady jumping that high, scaling a fucking vertical wall. Like, I don't understand how she did that. Like, she jumped more than her height to reach like the next section that she could climb. And then, like, went in through a window. And then unlocked the front door to let people in. And I'm just like, how the hell did she do that when she was, like, 60? She was, like, in her 60s, I think, at the time when she did that. Like, actually, no, she might have even been in her 70s by the time she did that. She might have been in her 70s when she did that. Like, my grandma lived to 103 or 104 or something. Being her hair is pretty sad. F you. Imagine using feet to measure height. I like my freedom units, thanks, relics. Bella is small. Huh? Where? Where is Bella small? I don't see that. I don't see anything like that. My dad is the tallest. His family is like 1.72. We did that when I was 18. Oh, you tiny bell. My one was 1.1. At 1.6. I'm taller than a couple of my uncles. Heh. Bell, I would yawn and relax my elbow on your father's head. USA, USA, USA. Hey, you and Curtis should combine and then you would equal one normal person. There's some excuses of being tiny that aren't just genetics. Nutrition usually plays a big part in height as well. See, there's a mailbox here. Could there be something inside? It's an e-handbook? No, wait, there's 3 of them. But what are they doing here? So you finally found them. Huh? Did you know they were here, Byakuya? I thought I checked these before. Oh, but I didn't check them recently, so there might be that. Like, I don't think I think the last day I didn't check around. This is the thing. My family is women are apparently tall for women. Really like food insecurity from mom's family probably impacted height. It's hard for me to understand. Yeah, I think there was also some food issues for my grandparents, and not sure, but also maybe my parents' generation in Singapore. And also just my grandparents in general, because they were both around 15. They both turned 15 during the Chinese Revolution, and they both tried to flee the country to avoid getting impressed into the military. One successfully fled, the other one did not. And I know there was like several times there had been like floods and stuff like that for at least one of my grandparents, and the other one I don't remember. But I think they did have some issues with like getting food for some time. And then my grandmother in Taiwan grew up like super poor farmer lady. So she still does like she picks up recyclables and trash and stuff for extra money, and she has not been able to let go of like the idea of like saving everything she can. Even though she has like 2 children who are successful and live nearby. But like, yeah, grandma has not stopped like picking up recycling and cardboard and stuff like that and taking them to recycle centers for extra money. And then also if food goes bad, grandma's just like, we can't waste food, we must eat it still. She would also apparently go through the trash in around like some of the offices to go find like plastics to recycle and exchange for some money. Let's see. Best friend, I don't even know where I'm missing a small person's plight, Jingo, or a small cat. I really don't. A lot of climbing involved. The problem is that I also have thick bones, and I have really bad leg issues. Pat, pat, pat. All I have is die hard. Being tall and downside small people. Yeah, during drought months, there wasn't a lot of food options when I was a kid, and the food that they had wasn't very healthy. Yeah. I think that was probably true for both of my grandparents' generation. And then I think some of that was also possibly true for my mom's side of the family, because my grandpa did a lot on that side of the family, did a lot of investing, and like he would have times where he was super successful, so people would follow whatever like stocks he bought. But then sometimes, you know, things just don't go the way you would think they go, and so like they would have periods of just, oh man, we have so much money, yeah, this is great, to periods of, holy shit, we have nothing, we're bankrupt. Like, we need to, like, do whatever we can to try to get food. And it'd just be up and down constantly. But, like, he invested in, like, getting some businesses and stuff like that going, and some shops, so, like, I think right now family income is pretty steady, but on that side of the family. But, like, apparently they had lots of periods of ups and downs financially, where, like, sometimes they'd be, like, really well off, and then sometimes they'd just be, like, really, really poor, can't afford their electricity bills, and so they just wouldn't have electricity. And then there was a lot of children, so they all ate a lot. Like, I think there were 7 children? 2 uncles, 4 aunts. Yeah, 7 children, I think. Your grandparent has a gambling addiction. Not really. But like he did try to, like, he tried his hand at investments and it worked out a lot of the times, but when it didn't, it was really rough apparently. From what I understand. Like when it worked out, it was great. When it didn't, it was tough. Honestly kind of weird to think about that some of my relatives are kind of arguably kind of wealthy for the area, I guess. 2 generations prior, my family also had a very rough Brazil as well. And the only thing I know about my great-grandparents or so is that my grandpa had an uncle who was some sort of gang member, or like kind of joined a gang and then they tried to rob his house. Like he joined a gang and then they're like, oh, your family has money, right? We're gonna hit your house next. And he was like, what? He warned his family so they hid most of the valuables, but then they realized that he did that and so they killed him. So I have an uncle who died from ratting to his family that his gang was going to rob his family. And I'm like, if you're a gang, why the fuck are you robbing one of your gang members' families? Are you fucking crazy? But yeah, that's what happened. They tried to rob his own fucking family, and they told him that they were going to fucking rob his family, and he was like, what? Hold on. What? Told his family. And then they got really mad, so he fled the country. Like, they hit his house, couldn't find, like, many valuables, realized he ratted. I'm like, why wouldn't he rat? That's literally his family, but okay. They got really mad, he had to flee the country. After, like, a decade, he came back, and they pretended that, like, you know, they weren't holding a grudge, but then they apparently, like, beat the shit out of him and then murdered him. And I think his relatives found his corpse hanging from a tree months later or something, or like sometime later. And I'm just like, if you're a freaking gang, like why, like, first of all, why are you so fucking dumb to hit like one of your own gang members' families? Like that's dumb. Like you're not going to earn loyalty that way. But yeah, that's what I heard about one of my great uncles. Don't know much about him other than that's how he died. That's the difference between gangs and organized crime. I guess, but I'm just like, that's just dumb. That's stupid. That's dumb. Like, why would you be that dumb? Like, why would you do anything like that? You want, like, any kind of, like, loyalty? Like, you don't want them to rat on you? Then you don't fuck with their family. Like, you fuck with their family, they're more likely to rat on you. Like, it's obvious, right? Like, what were they? Like, I don't know, maybe it was supposed to be some sort of loyalty test, but it's still a dumb loyalty test. Like, if you really want to make, like, a gang that's going to be cohesive and actually, like, last some time, you don't hurt your own gang members. You don't target your own gang members. That's how you fail to run a gang. Like, that's how you fail to have a long-term gang. But, whatever, that's what they did. That's how one of my great uncles died, so... people don't form gangs with a full-size brain. Maybe. I'm sure there's some that do, but certainly there's some that, I don't understand what they're thinking. I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. Seems there's a system in place where the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox. So then these 3 handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka. You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. I immediately turned on one of the handbooks, and when I did... bet it's Sayaka. Yep. Loyalty-based gangs are often not something that comes about to go and raid places like that. Yeah. But, like, if you're trying to form any decent gang, like, if you were trying to form any sort of decent gang, I would think that, like, a pretty obvious rule would be you don't fuck with your own people. Because if you do, there really isn't going to be, like, no one will trust each other, so, like, this gang can't last long. It's just going to be a bunch of backstabbers who don't trust each other, which won't be very effective together. Yeah, whatever. Meh. I don't understand. You're right, this is the Yakuza's handbook. Now, do you understand this is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier? Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it. You should You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Hello, fish lips. We've been talking about Invisaligners and height and gang murders. Well, specifically, one of my relatives, great uncles, some generations back, going down that way. Funnily enough, I think, well, okay, maybe not funnily enough, but like, I think my grandpa in Taiwan had a lot of his family wiped out during the Chinese Revolution because he was like, I don't think he was like a big official, but he was from a wealthy family that had like some position in the government. So I think a lot of his family got wiped out during the Chinese Revolution. So yeah. Huh. Oh fuck, Invisaligners is totally rubber bands. I don't have any rubber bands right now, so... Reminder that common sense is divided evenly among the group. Maybe true. So the usual topics then. Yeah, kind of. All related, y'all figure it out. Just the usual, yeah. Yeah. I'm lisping like crazy, and it bothers me, but I got distracted, so I forgot that I was lisping like crazy. And now I'm aware that I'm lisping again. Yay! Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. If you get rubber bands, make sure not to rub it with your tongue. Oh, why? I wiped out all my taste buds for a week. I think I'm well on my way to doing that, because my Invisaligners have this, like, I don't know why, but it has this, like, flat little, like, piece that sticks out in the back, like, right behind my two front teeth, and so if I'm not careful, like, when I talk, like, I accidentally, like, pinch the tip of my tongue, which is why, like, my tongue hurts a lot right now. Because, like, I think I've been accidentally, like, constantly, like, biting the tip of my tongue. And it's not fun. I see. Yeah, now I understand. Nice. Main Hall E-handbooks has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
What?
Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Very strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Is it broken? Whose is it? The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. The one that won't turn on must be Leon's, right?
See.
It would make sense, yes. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of baseballs. Pummeled with baseballs. Ugh! God, that was sorry, I just remembered the scene too, and I was just like, oh, that was brutal. The memory of it came flooding back. That cruel punishment which led to Leon's death. The execution that the mastermind concocted. A cruel, heartless death. You're right, it wouldn't be surprising for the handbook to break during that kind of assault. Hey! Hey! Hey, 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 hey! Hey! What? That e-handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal. Fucking S's. I keep lisping the S's because it's relating to fucking clothes. Sorry. This might be a stupid question, but are baseballs that hard? They're pretty solid, if I remember right. If I remember right, let's see. Like, I used to know what the material of a baseball... Okay, so a baseball is made out of a, like, cushion cork. And then it's wrapped around with a lot of, like, wool, poly cotton, and then a cowhide covering. And, yeah. They're quite solid, and they hit the floor like they were made of wood or something. It's not like you expect. Yeah, they're pretty solid. Like, they're pretty hard. It's been a long time since I've, like, handled a baseball, but, like, I think it's harder than... It's harder than a football, like soccer football. I think it's, like, maybe like a basketball? Like, they're pretty solid, and if you get hit by one falling down, it can, like, if you get hit wrong by one, for sure, like, it can kill you. Like, people can die by getting hit in the head with a baseball. Cause, yeah, it's pretty solid. You can take a basketball to the head. I guess. Like, I know that if you get hit wrong with a baseball, it can kill you. But, like, I don't really know exactly. I don't know. It's been a while. I haven't handled baseballs in a while. I don't know how you could take get away to taking a baseball to the head without an injury. Yeah, like, if you got hit with a baseball, like, going at decent speeds, like, you're not getting out of there without being injured, for sure. Like, if it was just, like, a soft toss, like, you'll probably be fine. Like, just an underhanded, just soft toss. You'll probably be okay. But, like, if it was, like, a straight up, like, I don't know, like, if it was thrown pretty hard, like, it might not be okay. Depending on how hard it was thrown, like, you might not be okay, much less, like, one that gets, like, launched across the field with, like, a baseball bat. Yeah, like a soft toss. Like, yeah, cricket balls are worse. Yeah, no, of course. Like, cricket balls, like, I remember I, like, messed with those before, and I think they were, like, wood or something. They felt like it. They felt like they were, like, solid wood. Or something. Were they? Oh, maybe it was actually something else I was playing. I think I played something else. Maybe it was something else. Yeah, I think it was something else. No, yeah, that's a different ball. Never mind, I don't know what it was that I played. Yep, I have no idea what it was that I messed with earlier, but it was, like, pretty solid ball. And also, but it is shiny like the cricket balls, so... Imagine some posh British person. Cricket is English, it makes sense that BRs don't understand. There's no way it would break that easily. But it did. If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. It can withstand up to 10 tons of pressure, and is waterproof up to 100 meters, okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit it with, it wouldn't do crap. Madden 360 baseball. Played over 5 days. Oh, but even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point. It does? But it's a secret! I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks. Then Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what its weakness was, right? Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken. But you might ask, how could that be? Leaving the question hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared. What just happened? Monokuma said it's not broken, but it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on. Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers me. Broken e-handbook has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Okay then, this should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest, and track down the true culprit. You have to learn a technique to catch them. The sport doesn't use gloves except for a wicket keeper. Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Huh? Not quite? Hold on, there's still more to see. This is one of the monitors Monokuma appears on right now. It's just showing their skull crest. I don't see any clues around here anywhere. Okay. Even hockey loves gloves, and that's a blood sport. Otherwise, you fuck up your hand even from soft medium tosses. It looks like an extremely boring game. What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite. Certainly, I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. Then, you really think... You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit in this case. That murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, right? There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again, using a bizarre and brutal method. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Freaking lisp. Fuck. Lisp. Fucking S's. I need to learn how to say my S's without lisping this. Fuck. And not that long ago, in an international game, an Australian cricketer died from a ball hitting him in the head at a weak point of the helmet. Oof. The only Danganronpa canon I'll accept is the abridged series, Retarded Murder Mystery Porn Addict Togami. What? Embrace the list, Kronos. Oh my god. It's almost as dumb as the official Togami. What? I don't understand. Wait, people outside know about the murder thing and aren't doing anything? I don't know. Genocide Jack. They say he's killed thousands of people, but that's gotta be an urban legend. Still, could one of us really be a demented, psychotic killer like that? Danganronpa has a pretty good abridged series. Maybe I'll look into that later. Also, the stupid Invisaligner. I don't know if it's because like I kept on chewing on it or so, but I think it's actually warping a little bit. And so like I think the edge is actually like kind of curling out, and my tongue, when I'm talking, keeps on like hitting that rough, sharp edge, and I think sooner or later I'm gonna have like a cut on my tongue, and it's gonna really suck, and my tongue really hurts. Danganronpa abridged series. I'll just put that in a Google search and then come back to it later. Danganronpa has a pretty good abridged series. It's a series of YouTube series. It's a series of YouTube series parodying a game show. Started with Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series, which is a classic. Dragon Ball Z did it better? I don't know. DBZA did it better? Never watched that one. For the BRs, from an Anglo perspective, it would be like a Brazilian football player dying during the World Cup against another SA country. Jesus. DBZA is incredible. Still, could one of us really be a psychotic killer like that? You're not wrong to wonder, but words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. Hold on, there's still more here, waiting to be checked. What? One thing that bothers me is the fact that Leon's handbook won't turn on. Like I said, that Leon's handbook isn't broken. My life is being consumed by Pathfinder and studying. This is a really unrelated case. Either way, something about it still bothers me. Alright. Oh, right. We were talking about height, so I just wanted, like, really quick, point out that Chihiro's shorter, for sure, shorter than me and shorter than Belle. So I'm not Chihiro's height. Which I'm saying for totally good reason. Okay, wanna come up final 2? She's shorter than everyone, she's tiny. Do you remember the fuzz that happened when that Danish player almost died? You know, in football, it's not something that I was expected at all, which I'm going for. What else would I be looking at? I don't understand! Oh wait, no, I didn't finish talking to him. Isn't that what it is? What do you mean by that, Byakuya, to be nice? Are not quiet?
Don't make.
And I have a basis to believe that, I assure you. Genocide Jack is one of us. Is there really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro. Evidence. Does something like that really... Ah! Hey, you two! Big trouble. Need your help.
I don't have time.
We're busy. Leave us alone. But it's an emergency. Emergency! Come on, please. You gotta help me. Such an annoying girl. Oh, wait.
Such ignorance.
Oh, okay, no, he's not saying the entire line. Okay.
Please.
This is a serious emergency. Please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay, Hina? But it's an emergency. Emergency. An emergency? What happened? Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Byakuya?
Very strange.
Since it's Toko, I must admit, I'm intrigued. I suppose we can take a second to see what's going on with her. Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
I didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd just say no, and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, hurry! Wait for us, Hina.
Let's go.
It looks like she headed to the dorms, to Toko's room most likely. You're right. You guys are too slow. I think you're just too fast. So, what's this emergency? Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her, you know, to see how she was doing, but when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out and kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff?
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. Hurry up and do it. Okay. I may as well give it a shot. Ding dong! The door swung open slowly and silently. Ellipses. Holy crap! An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me. What? It is really talking about other sports. Just treat injury risk that lightly. Stomp. Cricket is normally quite safe since they added more protection over the years. Let's go, you soft-absorbed slot. Back in the 1930s, players had zero protection, and the English used a strategy called bodyline, which is bowling the ball at the player. This caused multiple broken bones. Yeesh. Oh god, Jesus, the English and sportsmanship go together like oil and water. Also, I bet you can hear that. That is, my fan being possessed. Fortunately, it was merciful and stopped beeping at me. Oh, I lied. It's beeping at me again. Well, anyways.
Oh, nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you, pulling yourself up in your room.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
Ellipses.
Don't allow it.
Huh?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control.
Well, that's an admittance of questionable stuff, if I've ever heard one. beep. Yes, it's just beeping at me. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. But what was that? She's been acting like that the whole time, when I rang a little while ago. I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. Beep emote when Kronos. Kronos' fan is Skynet and constantly rebels. I wonder if it likes someone that can be here tonight. It shouldn't, because I think I canceled the alarm. But we'll see. We'll see. I've had a lot of my technology rebel on me recently. It doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her in there alone, so I tried to bust down her door, but it felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. Toko was scared enough to even bar her door? Does she think the same thing as Byakuya? Does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Is that why Toko's so scared?
But...
Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her? Yes, there is one person who might persuade her. The person she's obsessed with. Hey, Byakuya, you think you could ask her? To come out of her room, I mean? Ellipses.
Fine.
Sure, whatever. Huh? You're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Wow, I guess you can be nice when you want to. Ellipses. Byakuya stood in front of her door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. After a few moments.
What do you want?
Leave me alone. You're all so annoying. Ah, Bakula. Bakula. She implied she was a murderer. Is this too on the nose? Why are they ignoring that? I don't know.
It's Byakuya.
It's Byakuya. Ellipses. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry. Never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. Lol Bakula. And with that, the door slammed shut. Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation. Hold on. Hey Byakuya, what was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure. But
Stop talking.
if I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Well then, let's go. I hate this lisp, hate this Invisaligner. Ow. I keep on like accidentally biting this with my tongue. It really sucks. I don't like it. Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away. But Byakuya! And I hurried to catch up. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked. Anyways, the best thing to come out of cricket is Aussie rules football. Okay. But he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. He just kept on walking towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in front of a certain room. The library? Come on, let's go in. Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Don't make me say it again. Oh, okay. Money, money, money? Money? Do I get coins during investigations? If I remember, on the other side of this door is the archive, right? Hurry up and go inside. Oh,
Let's
here?
go.
It'll all make sense once you're inside. Fuck! I didn't mean to walk in there! I wanted to poke around everywhere first! F. Whoa, there's so many books and files. And so much dust, too.
So, in other words,
I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust. For investigation points. Let me go back! Huh? It's a desk lamp. Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library before.
what?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, and then I moved it over there. It's dark over there, and I thought I'd put it to good use. Coin! Yay! Coin, 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 coin. I like coins. I like money. This shelf is stuffed tight with files. Without really thinking about it, I picked one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file. Huh?
Right.
That's a report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Ellipses. Without making a sound, I returned the file to the shelf. Didn't I click this? There's a wooden box. It's empty, though judging by the smudges and the dust, it looked like there was something inside. I wonder what it was. There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful when I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? There's even a surveillance camera here. Wait, so is there a monitor? Nope, doesn't look like it. There's so many files stuffed on the shelf. What's in all these things? Those documents are dangerous. Dangerous? They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. You mean like members of the Diet or something? No, I mean the ones with real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There are some very interesting people in there. You're just kidding, right? Am I? I'll just let it go for now. There's a ton of thick files stuffed onto the bookshelf. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. There's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't want to look at. Be careful. Huh? What do you mean? All those files there are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Lost snooping opportunities. Nancy Drew would be ashamed. What kind of senior detective are you? I thought it was the exit, so I didn't think it was going to let me out. Or let me go through. Worst case scenario, I'll just reload. Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. Oh? So, are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here. It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent? This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guy's problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. Well, it's not that. It's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How could anyone have put it all together? I suppose it goes to show just how much power Hope's Peak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. What's wrong? You still can't believe it? What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible. What do you mean, usually? Usual? Normal? Ordinary? Simple? Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times, so there is no doubt. Okay, so that's the end of the sentence. Okay. Ah. Huh, hold on a second. You're saying you've read all these documents and more than once? But all this has to be like top secret confidential stuff, right? So why? My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. Huh? Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
In other words,
I already told you. There's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world, backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim, without a doubt, that the materials gathered here are the real thing. This is beyond believing, or not believing. The Okuya is actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind. And what always interested me the most were the cold case police investigation reports. Byakuya is a conspiracy theorist. Shocker. Byakuya is a conspiracy. He's the heir of high-class people. Omae wa mo shinuru. Nani? Fair for relics. Nepotism. Reading through those reports has always been a hobby of mine, ever since I was little. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of these cases just by reviewing the reports. And among all of those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. Because there are so many, allow me to quickly summarize the main points. Meaning I pointed at someone and said they did it, like any true detective. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The police caught whoever Byakuya told them to and called it case closed, and then came the promotions. The first characteristic is that at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Bloodlust is written in blood, and the victim's body is suspended. It's exactly the same as what happened to Chihiro. Save your surprise. The best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only one who knew about that particular fact were members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about the act of mounting the victim. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was almost certainly mounted in this fashion. So how could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
That's the key question. Well, we literally have an archive of cold cases here. So if someone looked here, other than Byakuya, maybe they'd have an idea. Seems fun. Be Phoenix Wright in Pathfinder. Want to build a master attack in Pathfinder? Max first not bluff. Just point someone bullshit about how they did it. I did think about a bluff character. It was inspired by a novel I was reading where an old lady pretended she was like from some powerful family, took out what she called her pig-killing knife, and like slashed it down at the table to like scare another old lady who was like causing trouble, and was like, "You know who my husband is?" And then the other lady was like, no." It's like, blah, blah, and then like the sons were honest and were like, "Huh? But our dad is," and then Grandma cleared at them. But basically their dad was a regular businessman. But she acted like she was some big shot and scared the shit out of the other lady and made the other lady retreat. Just through power of bluff. That is certainly one way to play Bard. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So in other words...
The culprit isn't a copycat killer, it's the real Genocide Jack.
In other words...
That right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself amongst the rest of us. That's just an Asian intimidate check. Honestly, yeah, I was thinking like a bluff intimidate character. It's just like bluff that you're a hotshot and then intimidate the shit out of them. And just roll intimidate. But apparently the granny in that story had a reputation because some of her relatives came over, like after her husband died. Some of her relatives came over and were like coming to ask for like money and stuff. And she like, when they started asking for money, she just literally went up, grabbed her pig-killing knife and chased them out of the house, and they really thought they were going to get stabbed. And ever since then, nobody dared to cross her too much, because she would really grab her big ol' machete and start chasing people. Oh, and yeah, she did actually like put the blade up against the granny's throat. So yeah, she was pretty dedicated to her intimidate checks, bluffs, and stuff. Assuming that those were actually bluffs. They might not have been. Then Genocide Jack really is? Such a brutal, fiendish killer really is walking among us?
Interesting.
Okay, I have to ask the obligatory. Did you get an orthodontic device? Yes. I did. I have an Invisaligner right now, and it's fucking with my pronunciation, and it's giving me dry mouth, and it's irritating my gums, so like they're super sensitive right now, and they're bruised, and like if I try to floss they bleed, but then I have to floss, so they're just gonna bleed. And they're super tender, and I can't stop like gritting my teeth, and like the edges of it are kind of like curling up or something like that, so when I talk my tongue keeps on like rubbing against the really rough sharp edges, and I think like my tongue hurts a lot right now, and it's going to get like it's probably going to get cut. Like I'm probably gonna get a cut on my tongue sooner or later. So yeah. Congratulations, I'm 10 months into mine. You'll get used to them, I promise. Ugh. Did you suffer this much too when you started out? Like, I just need to know that it's not just me, because like my tongue hurts like a lot, and my gums hurt a lot, and my teeth hurt. And the lack of snacking is driving me crazy. Also 10 months, pat. Ugh. God, I hope it doesn't take that long for me. I hate it. Oh yeah. If you know something about the Invisaligners, is it like, do you ever have like issues? Like if you if you grit your teeth too much or you grind your teeth too much, does it cause extra issues? Like, will I break my liners this way? Oof. Pat, poor soul. Like, I am worried that I'm going to like accidentally like break my liners, or I'm going to like accidentally apply. Yeah, I really like, I've been constantly like chomping down on my liners and then like grinding my teeth because it just feels really weird, which is not helping. Okay, yeah, I think this is only for like a week, so I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, mine's only a week, so like it's not gonna be that bad, but like I'm still worried that like I'm gonna damage it or damage my teeth in the process, which I might damage my teeth, especially because I do have an implant, and I'm not supposed to apply pressure to my implant, or like not much pressure to my implant, because it's like just a steel rod drilled into my jaw. And because it's like really like solid, it doesn't do as well with pressure, if I remember it, because it doesn't have any of like that give, so in some ways it's more fragile. So I'm really not supposed to, it does take a few weeks though. Oof. Boo. Okay, thanks Andarians. I have a final implant, like I have a permanent implant right now, because like I didn't have any baby teeth, or I didn't have any permanent teeth under my two front teeth and the bottom. Like they just didn't exist. So but like because they were baby teeth and I had the like issue of like my bite applying too much pressure on the front teeth, like the baby teeth wore down really quick, and they had to be taken out and then replaced with a dental implant because there's just two teeth missing there, right in the front. And as for like only last week, they're basically a set of trays that slowly adjust your teeth position. So each one will like adjust it a little more than the one before it, closer to what the final result should be, like what they want the final result to be. And so it's a set of trays that are like made out of a special type of plastic or something like that, or resin, I'm not sure. It's some sort of clear material, and yeah, they only are meant to stay in for about a week or two. And I have the express package, I think, because I have 10 sets, I think it was. But there's certainly people who have like 31 or like 40 trays, and then depending on your plan, you can get refinements, but I have no idea what my plan is, and I didn't get my tray bag because when I showed up, like, she helped take the trays out of the bag and then gave them to me, and I didn't think to ask for the bag until I got home and was like looking for the information I needed to register my Invisaligners, and was like, I don't have that information. Oh, wait a second, that might be on the bag for the trays that I didn't take. Did you enjoy the taste of blue for like a whole day? Yeah, I did taste something like tasting weird, yeah. As for 4 sets and where them for the schedule, I only got 1 set today, or 1 set yesterday. I literally have only had them I got them Thursday, so yesterday. I got them yesterday morning. So I'm still trying to adjust. And that's also part of the reason why I'm lisping a lot, but I actually lisped less when I first put them in. So but yeah, I only have 1 set for now. I don't know if I'll get more sets later. And I might. I don't know. I have to. We'll see. I'll see next week. Oh, I just realized the name of the tooth is incisor, not incisive. You'll learn to talk normally too. I hope so. Because if I don't, it's just gonna be lisp, lisp, lisp endlessly. Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? I actually feel weirder with them out at this point. All I can think about is taking them out, and I know I shouldn't. But like, I keep wanting to, because they just feel really weird for me right now. Your tongue will be free. Honestly, yeah. Like, as it is right now, like, my tongue is going to be in a lot of pain for the next couple weeks, at least. Oh yeah, I'll be able to pronounce consonants. Right now, it's the S's that are fucking me up. Like, I can do T sounds. Wait, I'm not trying to do waffle. Or no, quiet. Yeah, I can do that. Rough? Yeah, I can do that. Nope, it's the S that's fucking me up. Yep, that's fine. The vowel. Those are fine. X-ray? Okay, so X and S are fucking me up. Z. I think Z might be okay. Yeah. So it's mostly the S's, the X's, and the Z's that are fucking me up. The stuff. Just making it to yourself if you take like 30 minutes a day and drink a cup of coffee nice and slowly. I mean, I do take it out so I can like have a little bit of like something else to drink when I eat my breakfast or lunch or dinner or whatever. Imagine 3 days after I got mine, I went back to my job at a freaking call center. Oof, pat. It is, however, 1 AM. Oh my god. Let's see. I never imagined a killer with such reputation. Yeah, I need to progress this investigation, otherwise I'll be doomed. Like, I won't be sleeping. I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become a part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two. If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Fuck you, Byakuya. Fuck you. You can go fuck right off. There's a ton of thick files stuff on the bookshelf, all this. But do I actually have to ask him? Byakuya, about that genocide Jack case file. Me and affiliate just for the padding emote. I need to go through all the paperwork first, okay? Let me look through the paperwork later. Right, I need to finish the paperwork. It was a lot to read. I was looking at the terms of service and like the affiliate sort of rules, I guess, and the Twitch, what was it? Community guidelines, and then bits and how they work, and blah blah blah, and everything that's like, and I haven't even finished looking at it. There was like an entire list of like things to read. Paperwork for affiliates, yes. He's breaking the house or something. Like there's a little bit of like, there's forms, I guess, and there's terms and conditions and stuff that you should read, and legal stuff that technically, yeah, you should read. And then you also put in your like payment information and stuff like that. And like another thing too that I've been thinking about is like, if I get affiliate, isn't that gonna make my taxes more complicated? So I've been thinking like, maybe I should be like, okay, I'll get affiliate for that emote and nobody subscribe. Nobody subscribe, so I don't have to worry about taxes. It's like, nobody give me money. Don't give me money. Otherwise I have to do more taxes. I see, good to know. I'm only 2 streams away, so. When I got Bell's paralysis, I couldn't voice fricatives. I tried one day, then went to the doctor and asked to be out until my consonants came back. Oof, pat, pat, pat. Also, Texas is apparently great for taxes for streamers. I don't know about streamers, but Texas is actually pretty good about Texas. Oh my god. Texas is pretty good for taxes in general. The tax form, at least I had to fill out, was pretty simple, and we didn't have like a state income tax. And since I didn't own any property, it was like pay stub, entered company, entered like yearly earnings, submit tax form. Oh, and then of course there was like the personal information, but it was like I just had to like, I think like for the actual like taxes and stuff, because I only had one job, it was like, I think it was like really, really simple form for me. Texas equals taxes, Carter's taught me, so. Same information. It's her electricity grid joke. Yeah. Probably because of all the churches. Maybe. But Texas is also just really, the taxes in Texas, god, this freaking Invisaligner. The taxes in Texas are actually like pretty good all overall, which is why a lot of companies, is part of the reason why a lot of companies have been interested in moving to Texas. Because it has a lot of like tax breaks and like less taxes in some ways. But I think they make up for it in sales taxes, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure. It's been a while since I looked at all of this stuff. And, like, I haven't been thinking about it for some time. That's some anti-pat bell. Ha ha ha. Could you let me see it? Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. Dramatic scene. Murder cases of Genocide Jack. Top secret. Byakuya handed me the file, and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly, my hand stopped. Delaware of the South. Maybe? I reached the page where the photos from the scene of each crime had all been collected. Wouldn't you have the photos for each crime? Like, on each crime, you would put the photos related to that crime together, like, with the crime? Right? Also, I would say that, just at a glance, the whole thing is about suspending people with scissors. So the fact that she wasn't suspended with scissors doesn't actually point towards it being Genocide Jack. And when I say she, I meant Chihiro not being suspended with sugars makes me think that it wasn't Genocide Jack. Also, wait, is that like a concrete wall that these scissors are drilled into? Jesus Christ, oh my god, I'm like looking at the pictures, I'm like, no! No! That would hurt so much! Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! Oh god! I hope they were dead first. Because... Ah! That would hurt so much! Ah! Ah! No. Jesus! Ah! Top secret secret. Paying attention to the eyes, not phenomenal. You should ask me sometime to pronounce rivalry so you can laugh at my issues with pronunciation. Rivalry. I mean, I already have my mom to laugh at when it comes to pronunciations. She does not understand the difference between L's and R's. And T's and D's. So like 30 becomes dirty. And like, I don't know. There's just like a bunch of other things. Like certain phrases just come out weird when she says it. It seems familiar. Something tells me blood unless we're big factors. Chrono, please. Not sure what I get that vibe too. You have to get past this page if you want to stop looking at it. I can feel it in my wrist. Let's move along, please. I agree with Chronos. It's basically crucifixion. Jesus will be crucified. Yeah. Caesar's Legion was worse. Yeah, I look at this and I can't help but imagine it myself. Okay. Victim Ken Harada, office worker 32. Murder took place in the parking lot of the victim's apartment complex. The victim suffered multiple stab wounds across his body. So, like, that's the other thing. It involves a lot of stab wounds across his body, believed to have been inflicted with the same scissors that were later used to attach the victim to the wall. The others at the scene of the crime, the victim's blood. This is using the mirror and apparently custom made, with every pair left at each murder scene seeming to be of the same make and model, probably. Murder placed in parking lot of the victim's apartment complex. The victim was not stabbed wounds across his body, but inflicted with the same scissors that were used. Okay. As with the other cases at the scene of the crime, the word bloodless was written in the victim's blood. The scissors used in the murder were apparently custom made with... Oh, okay, wait, okay, it's a copy of the text is a copy from each side. Okay, well. Apparently seeming to be made of the same material and construction, so that's what they're saying. Anyways, Ken Harada, oh, okay. Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. Shoji Gaku, 23. Kano Issei, 14. Takeshi Yoshida, 30. Aren't they all men? I can't be sure because I don't really know the names so much, but it seems like all men. Komatsuna Taro, Takefumi Gono, Uchida Naohisa, Takeshi Masamune, Yuto Yumejima. There was no end to it. But one thing became perfectly clear as I read. All the killers, countless victims, were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. And they also seem to be all men? At the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Also, they were all killed with scissors, so, you know, not ropes and not a dumbbell. Now, take a look at the next page and you'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page? I've had a hard time with R and rivalry, girl, and world. Tied to the cross. Imagine bleeding neon pink. How did I know about my biological quirks? It'd be pretty cool, to be honest. Well, I've Pernambucano, friend of mine to speak English. His R's were so funny. They appear all men. It's not like Americans would speak Portuguese as well, or really at all. Do we get a crotch shot every time we turn pages? Is there a crotch shot? I don't think there is. Like, the book covers the crotch area. Pretty damn sure. Like, what you're seeing is his pant legs from, like, mid-thigh down, and the book's behind him. I'm pretty sure. All the crimes took place either on weekdays, at night, or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for the killings to take place was on holidays in the afternoon. So that's another thing, is the afternoon. Based on these facts, it should be based on these facts, it could be suggested. Okay, so maybe I can't say facts very well. Oh well, no, that's the like X sound, kind of. It could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests. Oh my God, why are there so many S's here? No. So many S sounds. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it is unlikely that there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder. I don't know how you get that conclusion necessarily, but okay. The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. A split personality? Like the kind of thing you see on TV? So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. Warlock, the Warlock. Warlock, go to Rangel. For love X-ray eyes, he can see the crotch even if we can't. He's been watching too much Idol Manager. An implied crotch shot, so yes, gotta remind us, that's right. His mind is all lewd. Warlock, go to Orange Jail. Yes, Warlock. I like Warlock. Murloc. I feel like a Murloc. Warlock. Warlock the Warlock. C is next to B and I wasn't looking at the keyboard. So what is causing the Kronos lisp? Alcohol? Yes, I have an Invisaligner in right now. And I got it yesterday morning, so I haven't yet learned how to speak with this thing in. And mostly what's fucking me up is the S's. At least those are the ones that are really obviously fucking me up, and those are like everywhere, so. Feel free to call any fantasy characters you wish Warlock. I give complete free usage permission. But this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up till now. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind has gone numb. Genocide Jack case file has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Let's go.
Alright, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? Anywhere but here. We finished our business here, haven't we? Ah, wait, Byakuya. As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial. Huh? Just all of a sudden like that? Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own. Well, goodbye. And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he asked me to join him, he cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. At the same time, I'd uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack, he's the one that killed Chihiro. And that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find out no matter where it takes. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go to investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room too. And the others might have come up with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. Okay, but like, let me finish looking through the library. Because like, money can be found. And I'm not about to give that up. Maybe there's some kind of clue here, I guess not. Oh, well. So you can get them. Okay. Oh. Oh, nothing interesting to say? Pfft. Maybe there's some kind of clue here, I guess not. The shelf is packed tight with books. Maybe there's a clue here. Guess not. It's probably gonna say the same thing. Yep. Oh, but I got a coin! This is gonna take a while. Wait. Ah, nope. Can't see the book. Or can't see the laptop. There's a murder on the loose, but first let's dig for pocket change. Yep. The coins can be used to basically do a gacha thing, and see if I get lucky and get like different items from the gacha, and potentially might find something like useful or like presents for other classmates so I can get close to them and get skills and stuff from hanging out with them. There's not a classroom here. Check everywhere. That's the Nancy Drew way. Reality isn't everything. I can't even be sure if the clock is right. I don't know what to believe anymore. Surveillance cameras. I don't use cameras to watch people die. As much as it gets on my nerves, I'd better leave it alone. But I got a coin! Priorities. This is where a window would be, but some kind of metal plate is mounted on the wall. In any normal classroom, this is where. Okay. This is one of the monitors Monokuma appears on. All that's on right now is the school crest. If I break it, Monokuma might come and punish me. Someone left a coin in the camera. It's not checking everywhere that is in the Nancy way. It is stealing everything not bolted down and rubbing those stolen objects against everything to solve puzzles. Also true. Okay. Onto the archive. Surveillance cameras must use me. I looked up at the clock and I sighed. This one monitors my food, all the school crest. Shooting it, I had to defective work happens, Jingo. Daw, look at Shill on the blackboard. Detective for freedom. Oh. The baby is sleeping, please be quiet. I assume that's what you're talking about, Brelix. Boo, Babby Shill. This is bullying. This is where the bathroom cleaning supplies are stored. Maybe some kind of food here? Guess not. Yeah, I didn't think so. Be as loud as you want. I'll go check the rooms later because I want to do a thing. Or rather, I specifically want to look around first and get more coins. How did Shill equals Babby come about? Because Shill is quite young, relatively speaking, to some of us here. I'm starting for information from the outside world. If only there was a TV that worked. The display case doesn't seem to be hiding any clues. Okay. So it definitely reduces the things I need to click on. Who's watching an investigation going on. The surveillance cameras, one's using the cameras to watch people's ties, much to keep on my nerves, I better leave it alone. Okay. But isn't there a bunch around 22? I thought I was an adult. Because I recall being 20, I thought I was an adult. We are all old and bitter, and Shill still has bright, wide eyes and is thus a baby. A babby. This is when the monitor's moving. Come over here on the left one. Okay. I was old and bitter when I was 13. I remember being on a different floor or like a different room and looking in the boys' bathroom and seeing a fish tank and going, well, if I get hungry, there's a snack. I don't know what to say about that. Oop, hello you. Maybe we should have confessed our embarrassing secrets after all. Damn it, I'm sorry, Chihiro. It's all because I wasn't strong enough. The hell is a snap? Oop, how does it feel when I have a snap? I don't have a Snapchat. Snapchat. I had a 20-year-old ask for my snap in class the other day. I didn't even know how to share such a thing. Just wait for my Outer Wilds DLC drinking stream. You'll all see. The hell, you can have a Snapchat? I haven't used Snapchat in forever. I don't remember how it works. Okay, well, I've already poked all of this stuff earlier, so I'll just talk to him. Oh, hey, Makoto. Hey. Oh, hey, Makoto, what's up? I haven't been up to anything myself, that's for sure. Definitely haven't looked inside the mailbox. Not suspicious at all. I didn't even know people used Snapchat still. I thought it was dead. I haven't used Snapchat in forever. It's just, I don't know, it's not my thing. This vending machine doesn't seem to take any money, so I guess I'm gonna drink as much as it wants. I wonder if Monokuma comes and refills it when it runs out of stuff. Now on the monitors Monokuma appears on right now, it's just showing the school press. If I break it, Monokuma might come and punish me. Yep, there's definitely a school store, so even a top-notch high school still has basic stuff like that. Would you like to try your hand against the almighty Mono machine? Sure. Right, let's give it a shot. I'll just use up 10 coins? And also need to redo my notes, because I don't know where my notes went, so... Oh. What was her name again? Bah. I think it was Sayaka. Oh yes, Junko. And Junko, and then criminal was Leon. Chapter 2. Victim. Hero. Don't know. Okay. Always to communicate with others is not my thing. Also fair. Also true, Jingo. That is also true. She'll know. She is a babby. They have Snapchats. I didn't know people use Snapchat. Still thought it was dead. Nope, still alive and well in the world of babbies. I see. Never used it, to be honest. It used to be 2 relics. Always communicate with others is not my thing. Yes, true. There's text with a worse functioning app. I used it like once or twice before forgetting about it when it was new. Wait, that's a lie. I used the filters to amuse my youngest godson. But that was it. Man, people. This is what the coins are for. Empower. There you go. I keep forgetting you're a youngster too. Maybe because you're my sensei. Can you get a gun and just end the game? South American. Well, not a gun. What does this mean the gun state? I can't just get a gun because they're all mounted to cameras and are automated and will shoot me if I try to fiddle with those, so, those will kill me. Also, I think this is, like, Japan, because it's a Japanese game, so, I don't think we get guns. We get to murder each other in completely, like, in other brutal ways, though, but we don't get guns. Like, death by a bunch of scissors, or beating someone to death with, like, baseballs, or a dumbbell. Oh, lucky, okay. Yeah, Alaska would be probably more of a gun state, actually. I think one more. And I wasn't paying attention, so I actually have no idea what I've gotten. And I'm pouring myself more water, because I desperately need water. Okay. There are 15 registered guns per person in Alaska, which means that the unregistered guns is probably way more. Oh, I just hit that. Whatever, it's fine. What the fuck? Okay. Ah yes, solid liquid gas gun, the state of matter. Okay. I should probably get going. Yes, yes I should. I'm gonna save here, cause yay! Stuff. Okay, alright, progress. That's a very American-approved education there, Olaf. There's nothing in here anymore, I don't see anything that's related to the case. This DVD player, I don't see anything related to the case. I'm like confused about the positioning of some of these cameras. I'm like, this doesn't give you really good coverage of the area at all. Like, I'm just looking at it, it's like, couldn't you position these cameras like way more effectively? I really don't want to go in, I don't want to see this place ever again. Oh, wait a second, that's where the court case was, wasn't it? Yes, it was. I forgot. I learned my states of matter from Metal Gear. Solid, liquid, and solidus. There's a desk. Oh, come on, I got here. The pamphlet is still laying there. I have absolutely no desire to look at it ever again. Can't even sure the clock is right. Don't know what to think anymore. Screen cameras. Unless using cameras watch people die. Okay. Normal class, this is where the window would be, but it's metal plate mounted to a wall. Okay. Monica can materialize wherever he wants. The cameras are just cosmetic. Also, that is a Shakira song. This blackboard belongs to us now. Secret beauty. Where was it? I know it's pointless, but I can't stop looking at the clock. It's force of habit, I guess, even though it just leaves me with this empty feeling. Slightly different text, so... Surveillance camera, okay. Yes, those right now. Yep, okay. Very obvious thing to grab your attention while someone else is the real observation tool. That would make sense. I think I actually even recommended that, having there be obvious cameras and hidden cameras. I think that was actually a thing I recommended at one point in time. Like, honestly, that's very common for like when you're trying to do misdirection, is that you have something be the obvious thing and then you have the hidden things, and then if you're doing surveillance, if I remember right, you want like something a little more obvious. Well, okay, it depends on where you're at, but like if you're like in a place that's okay with like surveillance, then you want something like a little more obvious, if not obvious. Like, if you're in a store, you want an obvious camera as a deterrent thing. But if you're, like, trying to actually, like, secretly, like, put bugs in someone's room or something, like, you'll want some that are hidden not so well, and then, like, but, like, hidden well, but, like, not super, super well, and then you want some that are hidden even better, so that when people think they found all the bugs, they haven't. But, like, it depends on how secret you're trying to be about, like, your surveillance. Surveillance. Surprisingly smart is a way to describe me. Instruct a game about high schoolers locked in a school isn't more horny. It has been kind of horny. 2 of them make porn. That is also true. It's unlocked, but I don't see anything inside. There's a massage here. Maybe I'll use it once I get really tired. Or, you know, when you're super stressed out like you are right now. Okay. This bathtub is huge, but now is not time for taking baths. What's this? Is a heat source for the sun, but I don't think it has anything to do with this incident. Okay. First girl tried to frame the MC with the power of horny. Author girl is a little bit delusional. And fantasizes a little too much. And by author girl I mean Toko, because I actually do know her name. Maybe. Oh, Hina, how's Toko doing? Same as before, she won't come out and she keeps on mumbling something about Genocide Jack, so I just left her there. You left her? My head was all swimming and I was getting pretty hungry. Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating? A donut, of course. Of course? There are two things I'm sure God created, outer space and donuts. Really? I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. I should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with? Yeah, she was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It's like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
Yeah, totally.
Yep, it's true, and it wasn't like just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls. Was she just shy? I don't know, she talked to the boys all the time. Isn't that kind of weird to be shy around your own sex, but totally fine with the opposite sex? Oh wait, maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? I think so? I never really saw her as that kind of girl. I know it's pointless, but I can't. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's a slightly different text. I know it's pointless, but I can't stop looking at the clock. Time never stops flowing, but still, here it feels like it's been left behind. Okay. This is one of the monitors Monokuma appears on. I wonder when the class trial is going to start. I mean, you were around for the summer scene. What do you think all the bro power was? I missed that, sorry. Birth of Brodos. Poor Andorius missed that. You missed a bro moment between the fashion military guy and the biker gang guy. Kuwabara is a real bro, I believe it. The girl literally starts going on about how she thinks Posh Guy told her he wanted to dominate her. Wow. Oh yes, now I remember that. Because I'm like, wow! And then I thought about it, I was like, no, actually I knew that. Ah yes, that also happened. Okay. It's impossible to cook in here without thinking about how you could reappear at any second. It's a deli-style display case. There's all kind of food and stuff lined up inside, but it's not connected to the case, I don't think. I will be right back. Going to run to the restroom. And also I need to refill my water, because I'm out. Be right back. water has been acquired, which is very, very good. Oh man, did I miss the investigation? Dang, I'm actually hungry, never ate dinner, but I'm already bed, teeth brushed. Did Cronus screen move while she was away? What? Probably not. How long are you going to spend not doing the case? Okay, third girl. I'm trying to rush through it. And by rush through it, I mean my version of rushing. Man, did I miss the investigation? Yeah, I haven't read. This isn't an original again. I had a snake before. It's okay, not bad, not great. I had belt like snake, okay. Snack is for patting, not for eating. Just setting the camera in the kitchen. Let's see. Don't make me spam snakes wearing tiny hats again. Do it. Do it, Jingo. I dare you. I just saw a bug fly off, and I also just noticed a bug bite on my leg. I hope it wasn't a mosquito. Frack. I don't want to be trapped in my room with a mosquito. See, I was just thinking DDR taking the room world stream. I don't know. I think it's the same if you told me to eat cat or love. It's real soft on the head. You have to take pity on the silly things he does. At least he admits it. Probably at some point FDR ate a cat strudel. And a churrasco we know of sweet street. You ever eaten feel meow. Cat barbecues or BR like interesting, I won't lie, I try it. What? Cameron Mastermind has been watching his two heroes killed. They know what happened. They're still forcing us to go through with this. Of course they are. Their goal is to torture us. Of course they're going to force us to do that. So I miss out on who's looking sus Chronos. I'm still thinking Celeste. I still think she's the most sus. It's probably Bell did it. Celeste, what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels, there's an endless supply to choose from. I see that, but have you found anything related to the case? I knew you were going to ask me that. Oh, and before you ask, Strudel, I've gotten Invisaligners yesterday. That's what the list was about. So, you know. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. Then did you find something? Very well. I will tell you, and only you.
Actually,
Last night I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse. What? Really? This was right before nighttime. What are you doing?
out this late? Oh, I was just... Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps? What? How did you know? Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying. Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Ellipses. She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes,
I assumed she was merely stocking up to get exercise in the morning. But it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this ever would have happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying, which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. How can this very presentable woman with a lovely smile strike you as sus, Because she's very suspicious. Imagine trying to talk, live your life with hair like that. How the hell do you not get caught and stuff? Oh, she looks normal. Normal. She is very sus to me because I'm suspicious of anyone who's... I don't know. I'm suspicious of the type of personality. Also, she's good at gambling, which means she's good at bluff and cold reading, probably. And very intelligent, and maybe can count cards. And because she's good at gambling, she's good at faking it too. So, no reason for me to trust her, even if she gives me... Even if she was, like, all friendly, then still not a reason to trust her. Yeah, I'm suspicious of everything. Well, okay, not everything, but I do have I have sometimes a tendency to paranoia, so, yeah. There's a fish tank, there's a bunch of little fish swimming around inside. Can't imagine this could have anything to do with the case. Snacks. Maybe. Rattle, the little mudge must be locked. You know, it'd be really nice if I could see who's on cleaning duty. Someone wonders when the Kuma appears on right now. It's just showing the. Okay, you forget about that and just focus on the investigation. Suspicion raises and lowers the gate. I don't have the key, so I can't activate it. Who has the key then? It has from the floor. The door won't budge. It must be locked. Yes, the trash room, the dump, in other words, without the gate away, I can't actually get inside. Anyways, it's not related to the case. There's nobody left who could do it that like Leon. But like, you know, there could be someone who's doing cleaning duty, and I can't find the schedule. Bah. There's not necessarily one right in 2 pots. Monogrosso is just about go of pot. 2 pots of pot. I took 1 whole wheat pizza. It's true. That sounds like pizza, yeah. Let's see where everyone is on this map. Okay. That's 2 people. And potentially should go poke Chihiro. I saw him already. Oh yes, I need to look at the locker room. And I just saw a bug fly in the corner of my vision again, and I'm still hoping it isn't a mosquito. I don't want it to be a mosquito. It better not be a mosquito. I don't want to get bit. Ah! I felt the cord brush my leg, and I thought for a second that a mosquito landed on my leg, and I flipped for a second. Wait, no, okay, yeah, okay, that's where I am. This is Toko's room. I should probably just leave her alone for now. Ellipses. Pizza's a chaotic good man. Always. Late night food done. Eek, Kronos. Yeah. Yeah. Ding ding ding. Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if
Another stat increase for me. Evidence? What did you find? I cannot reveal that just yet. But I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. Are you sure about that? Due to real complex bombing week, your chair I'm not sure it was just relating as far as the Chihiro's complex. Where did it come from? This is one of the monitors. Hey Kyoko, have you made any progress on your investigation? Generally speaking.
However,
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something beside the investigation? What is it? Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time thoroughly. And her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
Goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. With that, Kyoko turned and left the locker room. I guess I'll take another look at the body then. Chihiro's handbook is missing, but definitely worth worrying about. Chihiro's e-handbook has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Head of the murder weapon.
Damn.
Chihiro's presence here was especially weak. Her body and her soul. To target such a helpless being, it's unforgivable. What a wretched beast to do such a thing. I cannot forgive this. Mastermind must have been watching as Chihiro was killed. They know what happened and they're still forcing us to go through with this. So, Sakura's all about that, fair fight. Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. I know she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. One, but I give it my shot anyways. Let's see. Chihiro's hands were bound with what looked like some kind of rope. Or prop her up in some kind of crucifix position. Huh? This rope has a plug? Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all. But the more I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was a blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right, there's the issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But seeing them again after looking through the genocide jack file, something's not quite right. What does this all mean? Size of the dead body has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Well, the one thing which likely tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. To figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again, plus it might help to look at the genocide jack case file one more time. Okay, well that's useful. The store leads to the pool. Aw, I can't go to the pool? Come on, let me go to the pool! Ow, I haven't even seen the pool. There's more? Get something about the rope that is. Case file one more time too. Blood just like bloodstream victim's own blood. Let's see, poster, the big breasted swimsuit model was pretty noticeable too. A girls' locker room doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find something like this. Well, I specifically remember seeing it in the boys' locker room, so. Okay. And, okay, where's the poster? Huh. That's not the poster that was here before. Huh, this poster is a popular boy band called Tornado. Somehow it doesn't quite seem to fit in the boys' locker room. Oh, but wait, that reminds me, the poster in the other locker room is. That's right, there's definitely something strange about this. Boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. The girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the poster have been switched? But if they were... Why? What reason would anyone have? Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little bit more about the locker rooms. 2 locker room posters have been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. You need to talk to Sakura and or Aoi. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Boys' locker room carpet has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Monitor when Akuma appears on right now. It's just showing the school press. Okay. It isn't healthy, but it's also not unhealthy. Boys like anime titties, girls like boy bands. Yes, the poster was a clue. I see. Haha, well maybe it's just titties in the world. Come see people's reactions to all this. Only thing that makes sense. Belle was so distracted by Booba, she stumbled on a clue. Booba cat. Ha ha ha. spend a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura? I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together. Okay, then let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys and girls' locker rooms could have been switched? Sorry, I can't really see. I've never paid attention to the posters. I see. But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. Do you have protein coffee? In the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. Anyways, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room, and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any staining on the carpet now. Exactly, I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with. Disappearing stains added to the blood of your thing. I think Mondo exercises pretty often too. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Can maybe ask Hina. I'm gonna poke one more time just in case that unlocked anything new. I don't think it did because that stain there is still there. And I already picked it up as a clue. Okay. Let's see. Find Hina. What was I supposed to be doing? Oh yes. Hina, cord. Hina, cord. Missing hand. Oh yes, and case files. And case files. Where is Hina? Ah yes, she's in the kitchen usually. I want to go talk to her first, just in case this unlocks something. Yeah, we'll talk. Something good for muscle though? Protein coffee. You'd be surprised. Increased blood flow and cells access to nutrients. Can you make the undisgusting by having meat and drinking coffee with it? Protein powder removes all the fat, salt, carbs, etc. You can make it undisgusting by taking undisgusting coffee. This is also why people do what's it? Pre-workouts, which usually have caffeine and some protein in it. And so like some people do like green tea pre-workout, some people do just like, you know, regular caffeine stuff, like some other generic caffeine extract or whatever, and then I guess Sakura does coffee. Maybe we should have put this over. Okay, well, guess he doesn't say anything about the gym. I was going to see Hina. Ah, yeah. She should be in the kitchen. I had a friend who was into fitness and she would drink a protein smoothie with 4 raw eggs in it. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen someone drink. I do tea. Raw eggs like Rocky. Tea. Time out for wrong opinion. Tea for speaking the truth. Ha 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 ha. Coffee is good, but tea is better. I should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with? Yeah. Okay, well, it looks like... Okay, well, nothing new. Alright. Time to go back to the library. It's pretty disgusting, however, I have far more senses than normal people. Yeah, I think this one's... Oh, this should be closer. Help, help, I'm being oppressed. Okay. Hina. Ah, fuck. Wait, let's go. Just in case. I don't want to, like, accidentally miss a thing. So I'm actually going to go... here. If I can. Oh, maybe I can't do that in this room. Ah, fuck. Okay, well, I guess we're just doing that. There's a thick layer of dust on the desk. Maybe some kind of clue here. Guess not. The lamp when turned on, obviously it's not plugged in. The lamp's cord isn't on after its outlet, but last time we saw it, it was definitely on. It was definitely right here. Oh, that's right. The Yaku was using an extension cord. But there's no extension cord here now. I wonder if library desk lamp has been added. Truth bullet section of your handbook. There's still more I need to check. So you figured it out yet? You ready for the execution? I have not figured it out yet. I know, like, I don't know who did it. Want to take another look at Genocide Jack's case file? I know it was around here somewhere. Huh? It's gone. Did someone take it out of the archive? But the only one who would do something like that, and I can't think of anyone but Kuya. Ding dong, bing bong. Fuck.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
Boo. Boo. I don't know who did it. Once again, I'm autistic and my senses are jacked up like crazy compared to a normal person. Autistic never knew. Understandably can go heavy on normal black coffee, didn't go with sugar or anything. Strongest I've ever done was mocha, and even that was too much.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for! The class trial! You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school.
The red door is right through here. Ellipses. Well, I must have found all the clues, but I don't know who did it. I just have guesses about who didn't do it. I don't think I got enough clues. So is everyone ready to what? Am I blind or are you missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah, Toko's not here. And Toko is? You really don't remember?
Come on!
Kidding. Kidding. I'm just kidding. How could I forget that little nut job? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna
Okie dokie. I'll go ahead and drag her out here kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please. I didn't know you could miss things. I don't know. Maybe you could. And just like he said, a few minutes later, he reappeared dragging Toko behind him. I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you would drag a girl around. Terrible. You're terrible. Phew. So now everyone's here, right? Okay then. Hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. Is this I'm completely lost, but I'm always lost on Danganronpa streams. Is this because Chrono kept looking for coins instead of plot points? Maybe. But I don't think that's... I didn't think that's how this worked. I see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle and so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. And that murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here. You give you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you. Well, not far enough. I guess I wasn't much help at all on this one. Ehehehe. I can't think about the monitor right now. I need to concentrate about what's about to happen. A surveillance camera on the other side of it. There's something odd about Toko's behavior. I do not think mere shock is enough to explain it.
Hey, come on.
Fucking Toko, man. What's got her so worked up? Miss Fujisaki, I must admit, for being 3D, she was quite remarkable. Of course, just the idea of 3D makes me cringe. Sure. I don't know why the killer did what they did, but I'm sure it'll work itself out. Justice always prevails, right, bro?
Well,
I will uncover the villain who performed such heinous acts on a weaker individual.
Shall we go?
Shall we begin? Okay, I guess so. We have no choice, right? We have to do this.
True.
Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. See, I know the crime took place in the boys' locker room, and that the posters are switched, and that the body was moved over, and it's probably not Toko, because the murder style is different. It's similar, but not. Because one of the main things in it is target is guy, and weapon is scissor. Not something blunt, it's something specifically sharp, all made with the same material and design. And no scissors were involved, so it's not really Genocide Jack, and Togo seems to pretty much admit she was Genocide Jack. So it's not her, and it's someone who knows about the case files. And anyone can access the boys' locker room because there's boys and girl e-handbooks. So I don't know who did it. But the last person to see her was Celeste. I'm still guessing Celeste, just because, yeah. Can you convince them to vote for someone that's wrong? I think you can, and then you lose, and then you have to redo, I think. After the first one, it becomes a lot less obvious who was the killer. It's really psycho. It'll all be revealed in the class trial. Use yellow as Toko. Is there a button for that? You can yell that, certainly, but people won't vote unless you properly convince them. Of course, the killer would blame Toko. Also, we have absolute evidence that Toko didn't kill anyone. Sounds like you used my coffee pre-workout. Can you move them to vote for someone that's wrong? Well, possibly suspect Celeste, frankly, because she's suspicious as fuck. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions, couldn't stop speculating. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds, deeper and deeper into the ground. As we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Until finally, they came to a sudden stop. Chrono very specifically suspicious of Celeste at all times. Truth. Which is why she started trying to friend her. Yeah, because I thought she was going to be the next murderer. So I was like, if I friend her real quick, then I don't have to worry about not having her skills. But I don't think I managed to get her skills, because I ended up freaking out that maybe Mondo would be the victim. And so I decided to go friend Mondo more. What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with. Good, good. You're rip-raring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay then, let's get the show on the road. Everyone, please find your assigned seats. Fucking lisp. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. How can you look at her red eyes and dead stare and not feel pure blind trust? I wonder. So you think Mondo did it? She thought Mondo would be the next victim. I thought he might be. I didn't think he would be the next victim. I really didn't think he was going to be the next victim. I actually thought it was going to be Hifumi. I didn't... Like, I felt like, I think I wrote like a list of who I thought was most likely to be the next victim, and I think I put Hifumi, Toko, and Chihiro as soft targets. And I thought it was going to be Hifumi, and I thought the murder was going to be Celeste. But it wasn't Hifumi. And I was worried that I would be wrong, so I was like, I'm a friend Mondo. And yeah. I wonder how many chapters are in this. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Although Chihiro and okay. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. The body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the second floor of the school. The cause of death was a blow to a blow to the head with a blunt object, she was killed instantly. Although Chihiro wanted to get stronger, she declined several invitations from Sakura and Aoi and may have used the locker room late at night to avoid them. Despite this, Chihiro had stated that she desired help with her efforts. The meth on the floor of the girls' locker room had a significant amount of blood on it. Chihiro told anyone willing to listen that she wanted to get stronger, some assumed that due to her inferiority complex about being weak, she admired strength more than anything else. To unlock a locker room, you need to swap your e-handbook with a card reader. You need a male student's handbook for the boys' locker room and a female student's for the girls. It's not possible for two people to enter at the same time. The crime happened in the boys' locker room. Additionally, lending someone your handbook is a violation of school regulations. The handbook of each student that has died is placed in the mailbox in the main hall. One of the handbooks found in the main hall have been broken, which is apparently a rare occurrence. Junko and Sayaka's handbooks both seem to still work, so assume that the broken handbook is Leon's. Wait, so it's a guy handbook that's gone. So the murderer has to be a guy? In order to get into the boys' locker room? But then again, there's one that's broken and it could be Leon's. Maybe. Unless a girl broke theirs and then swapped theirs with Leon. Wait, but I don't think they can get into their room without their handbook, can they? I don't know. However, Monokuma claims it's very unlikely that Leon's handbook would have been broken, so someone took Leon's handbook, maybe, which means it was a girl? Girl, question mark? Does Celeste the Snake teach you not to take drugs in VR? Suspected genocide Jack. Victims include Ken Harada, Tetsuro Honda, and Shoji Gaku, among countless others. They were killed in the same way, mounted to a nearby wall. The word bloodlust was found at the scene of each crime written in blood, and also they're mounted to walls, not to a post. Chihiro seems to have consciously kept her distance from the other girls at the school, even from the beginning. Meanwhile, it had been noticed that she got along remarkably well with her male classmates. The carpet in the boys' locker room was found with a black stain on it. Blood was found on the poster in the girls' locker room. The poster featured a big-breasted supermodel popular among young boys. Meanwhile, the poster in the boys' locker room was for a boy band popular with teenage girls. Chihiro's handbook was not found in her corpse, and it has apparently gone missing. So is the broken handbook Chihiro's, or someone else's? Chihiro's body had been suspended, and her hands had been bound by some kind of rope. Her fatal injury was below the head. Sakura mentioned that she was responsible for a coffee stain on the girls' locker room floor. How the stain has been explicitly scrubbed away. Byakuya was known to use this lamp often, however the extension cord had gone missing at some point and the lamp's cord couldn't quite reach the outlet. On the night of the murder, right before nighttime, Chihiro was spotted leaving the warehouse. It seems she was stuffing some blue exercise clothes into a duffel bag. Presumably she was on her way to exercise, but the clothes were not found at the crime scene. I never did figure out where the clothes went. Man, I don't have much information on her. Okay. A mosquito just bit me, bros. Oof. Pat, pat, pat. Mosquitoes suck. Also, they literally suck, I guess. Wait. If your aim and speed affected non-subdivided, again, that costs 1 SP. Noise, voice, vocabulary. Visible capacity. Do I have any other skills? I don't have any other skills. Might as well load this. Huh, that's a lot of evidence.
Let's begin
I guess.
with a basic explanation of the class
It doesn't feel like enough.
So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
First, we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow. Make your arguments.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Oh.
Interesting. That certainly would make.
Poor Chihiro.
Okay, I don't remember the buttons.
Chihiro's fatal. It appears it was.
According to the Monokuma file, what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Ah!
Interesting.
I keep forgetting which button I need to press.
Chihiro's. It appears it was.
Oh wait, now I have to break the other comment, don't I?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
No, that's wrong.
They actually select also shit
we
while
agree
doing it.
that the
Oof,
object that
that's
dealt the
gross.
fatal blow
You
was
actually
the
get dinged by
dumbbell
scratching it and letting
found
pieces
at the
inside.
scene of the
Ew.
crime?
Yeesh. Yeah, the pieces would make my bitch. How interesting. I'm now disgusting. I'm sorry for the butcher my poor girl, they really did. It's confusion. If I'm not mistaken, that's why, which is why it doesn't itch while they're biting. So, like, don't scratch and you'll be good, but if you scratch, you're fucked. Fuck. Also, good night, Andarius. Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found in the scene of
It
the
was
crime?
covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell.
Yeah, I thought the bite, like when they bite it, kind of has an anesthetic, usually. But I did get bitten by one that hurt when it bit me. Like, it hurt. Like, so much. Like, it was like a sting. I thought I got stung by a bee or something at first when it bit me. The wound on the victim's head is consistent, and it hurt after the bite too, so it was like, yay! Wound on the victim's head is
As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Yay! That's so creepy!
Ellipses.
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit.
Rips JP voices. That's right, I was going to change that, but then I need to replay. Maybe I should have spent all my coins here, and then I would have a ton of presents, so then I would just replay the next chapter. Oh well, too late.
Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Yes, Makoto did actually perform.
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element about it into non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Yes, please. There's debate lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Fuck. Hold on. Oh no! 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 In which case you can figure that silence or just look at the situation for anyone and have fun. Wait, no, I didn't read the text! Okay. White noise, white noise, white noise, white noise. Okay, well, actually I should read everything because I don't remember any of this. Influence gauge, strong statement. For truthful, you will take damage. If your influence gauge reaches 0, that will end the case. There's a certain amount of concentration you can do. By holding the RB button, you can concentrate and slow down the passage of time. This will consume your focus gauge. Fast forward B. Press the Y button to fire whatever truth bullet you have loaded. Also, you want to attack the right weak spot. LB button to open your truth cylinder, then slash NU. I don't think that's what it's supposed to say. If you quickly press the LB button, truth bullets will be automatically loaded according to the order. If you target a weak spot and then hold down the Y button, you can use that weak spot as a temporary truth bullet later in the temporary truth bullet later in argument, and then these flashback bullets will disappear as soon as you use them or switch to another truth bullet. Otherwise, you just have by targeting and pressing the A button. If you use something like white noise, so your time will increase. However, if you shoot something else, you'll lose time instead. Okay.
Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on. There's just no proof for it.
Hey, so, speaking of Genocide Jack, I don't know who that is!
The evidence showed Genocide Jack is related to the case. It has to be... Oh, okay, I see.
Culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible.
Why?
Ooh.
What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean,
Okay, you can hit the white ones too. That makes
there's
sense.
no proof for it.
No, that's wrong.
You're hitting no, too bad. Haha, time to
Might
start.
know one reason he could be involved.
Useless.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library.
Their vomit has anesthetic and decoagulant in it, and they spew inside you. Ew, that's gross.
I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right.
Mondo, you're sweating up a storm, bro. Boob lust. Oh no. Hifumi. Why? Hifumi. 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 Hifumi.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
I got it!
The other characteristic of every Genocide Jack case is...
The killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro is most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
Hifumi has to try a case of lust in the boob. Police file, dumb. Yeah, like, the police file is literally there in the archive, so any one of these students could have accessed it. Like, you literally found, like, you literally pointed out the Genocide Jack case files, and, like, I think you weren't the only one who mentioned it. Didn't Celeste mention it?
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes. In fact, it's Toko.
Wow, that just, I don't know, the delivery there doesn't seem quite right. Yes, in fact, it's Toko. Why doesn't that sound right to me? Like, why does the delivery sound flat? Yeah. Okay, so it's not just me. Okay, so it's not just me. I was sitting there, it's like, this delivery just sounds really shit. Like, it doesn't sound right. I think they intended for it to sound off. Are you sure about that?
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
I'm thinking about how I would say it, and I'm like, I'm not sure I actually say it that differently once I think about it. Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa. Yeah, I think I say it like pretty much the same way actually, so maybe I can't say anything.
You lie!
What?
There's no way Tokome could have done it. He's way too rich to commit murder.
Okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has like bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
I don't know, the delivery still sounds weird. Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no. I don't know, it's like, I think like ultimately, I actually say it about the same way, actually. There's not that much of a difference. So it's like, can I actually criticize this?
Another riddle. Man, why's this gotta be so complicated?
It does seem like a riddle in a way, but... I feel like I can just about see it. Genocide Jack is Togo, but isn't Togo. What does it mean? Associative. Wait, shit, what was the specific term? Split personality? Nope, that's not it. Fuck. I'll be right back. I'm going to. Okay. Okay, back. What is the word? Yeah, it seems really out of place to suddenly use that word. Because the voice actor's good, I think they meant to deliver it flatly. Oh, this is yikes. The answer is more or less a slur. Photophobia. Yep. Oh, I think I might have... Oof. Wait, really? But schizophrenia doesn't... That doesn't seem like the right answer to me. Like, split personality versus schizo is completely different. Split...
Now I understand.
I was equally confused when I did it, ended up Googling.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
But split personality is completely different from schizophrenia! Well, that doesn't make sense! That doesn't make sense at all! That's completely different! It's like saying, like, anxiety is the same thing as depression, or like ADHD is the same thing as depression, or like they're just completely different things, or like dyslexia is the same thing as, like, I don't know, like, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. They're completely different things. It's a similar term for the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. It's just straight up a slur used like this. It makes more sense in Japanese. English doesn't really matters. It was a different era context, but don't think about it too hard. It's probably a translation problem, yeah. Yeah, well, like, schizo is very different from... Schizophrenia is very different from, split personality. No. Schizophrenia and split personality? No. No, those are completely different. Like, they are so, so different. Like, they're so, like, that's not even, it's not even close to the same thing. Schizophrenia versus, like, split personality disorder, they're so, so different. Like, their symptoms are completely different. Like, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. And I'm sitting here talking with, like, freaking lisp. But, like, I'm pretty sure the DSM-5 for schizophrenia is going to show pretty different symptoms from, what was it? Dissociative identity disorder, DID, which is what split personality is called. Like, it's different. This is also Japan, who doesn't give a fuck about mental illness. Okay, I can accept that. Like, if they said crazy, then, like, I could accept that. But schizo is, like, a specific, like, schizophrenia is a specific, like, schizo implies schizophrenia, which is a specific disorder. Like, yeah. Dissociative identity disorder is characterized by the presence of two or more distinct or split identities or personality states that continually have power over the person's behavior. With dissociative identity disorder, there's also an inability to recall key personal information that is too far-reaching to be explained as mere forgetfulness. With dissociative identity disorder, there are highly distinct memory variations, which may fluctuate. Although not everyone experiences DID the same way, for some, the alters or different identities have their own age, sex, or race. Each has their own postures, gestures, and distinct ways of talking. Sometimes the alters are imaginary people, sometimes they are animals. As such, as each personality reveals itself and controls the individual's behavior and thoughts, is called switching. Switching can take seconds, or 2 minutes, 2 days. Like, honestly, I thought they were going to put switching, because split personality. And, like, I was like, but then, like, the letters didn't line up, and I was like, switch would make sense. In some ways. Because when I think of DID, I think of the switching of personalities. Yeah, like, it can be animals. Like, yeah, split would work too. Like, split or switch would work for me. Or alters. I guess. But, like, alter might be harder for people to get. But, like, split would have been fine. Why do we need 6? Do we need 6? Is that actually necessary? Can't they just change that a little bit? The game demanded 6. I don't know. But like, they changed the letters. Couldn't they just change the boxes there? It's not as easy to change, I guess. And PSP Vita wasn't easy to program. Eh. I guess. Other symptoms of dissociative identity disorder may include headache, amnesia, time loss, trances, and out-of-body experiences. As an example, someone with dissociative identity disorder may find themselves doing things they wouldn't normally do, such as speeding, reckless driving, stealing money from their employer or friend, yet they feel like they are being compelled to do it. Some start feeling as being a passenger in their body rather than the driver. In other words, they truly believe they have no choice. There's depersonalization, derealization, amnesia, identity confusion or identity alteration, and some other things. DSM-5 provides following criteria to diagnose dissociative identity disorder. 2 or more distinct identities or personality states are present, each with its own relatively enduring pattern of perceiving, relating to, and thinking about the environment and self. Basically, there has to be at least two established personalities that have been around for some time, which is not how schizophrenia works. Amnesia must occur, defined as gaps in the recall of everyday activities, important in personal information, and or traumatic events. Chrono, you're getting sidetracked. Yes, I am getting sidetracked. Yes. Person must be restricted with a disorder or have trouble functioning in one or more major life areas because the disorder is not part of normal culture or religious practice. Symptoms cannot be due to direct physiological effects of a substance such as blackouts or chaotic behavior during alcohol intoxication or neural mental conditions such as complex partial seizures. Symptoms of schizophrenia generally fall into the following category. Well, we'll see where we can find it. Okay, we can't find DSM-5. Okay. Psychotic symptoms include, altered perceptions, basically, changes in vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste, normal thinking and all behaviors. People with psychotic symptoms may lose a shared sense of reality and experience themselves in the world in a distorted way. Specifically, hallucinations, delusions, and thought disorder, which includes unusual thinking or disorganized speech. Negative symptoms include loss of motivation, disinterest, lack of enjoyment in daily activities, social withdrawal, difficulty showing emotions, and difficulty functioning normally. Specifically, individuals typically have reduced motivation, difficulty planning, diminished feelings of pleasure in everyday life, flat affect, or reduced expression of emotion via facial expression or voice time, reduced speaking, and some cognitive symptoms, including attention, concentration, memory. But let's see, where's the DSM-5? Where's my DSM-5 for this? You need at least 2 or more of the following, each present for a significant portion of time during a 1-month period or less if it's to be treated, or at least one of these must be 1, 2, or 3. You need to have delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, e.g. frequent derailment or incoherence, grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior, negative flattening, alogia, or abolition. Negative symptoms, i.e. diminished emotional expression or abolition. If there's a history of autism spectrum disorder or a communication disorder of childhood onset, the additional diagnosis of schizophrenia is made only if prominent delusions or hallucinations in addition to other required symptoms of schizophrenia are present for at least 1 month. So yeah, it's a little bit it's different. Okay, I'll go back to ours. I'll go back to the stream. The only idea we have for a writing characters probably wouldn't take exactly 6. That's the kind of thing that deserves a rant, and slightly that show, but really there's no way to know, and the writing team presumably didn't consider having a sensitivity reader, so they just went with the first mental disorder 6-letter word they knew. This is all about the gambit that includes schizo as an answer, yes, which is so far away from being identical to split personality. Yes, exactly. Have the game mechanic force the translated version to have 6 characters is the most likely thing, but also probably they didn't give a shit. I have schizophrenia, and yeah, this game has no idea what the term means. She's going through the DSM-5. Yes, I'm going through the DSM-5. You're quite a pain as well. Yes, well, saying how much. 100 energy for 400 percent to go to 800 milligrams if I need it. Came at it from the other side. I'm kind of plural, which is similar to the ID, so I'm very pissed when I saw it in my playthrough. Right with my dose. Yeah, I don't know, like, because I know my Jingo, like, I'm like, I was very, like, also the thing is like, I did actually have, like, a kind of a hobby of, like, looking through, like, well, not DSM-5 specifically, but, like, looking up certain, I guess, mental disorders, and, like, split personality is one of the ones that I did look at. So was schizophrenia, and autism, and ADHD, and anxiety and depression, and dyslexia, and a bunch of other things, but, like, basically, I was just like, the schizo doesn't even, like, it doesn't make sense. It's not even, like, a close substitute. It's, like, it's insanely different. Like, it's so different that I just could not, like, it doesn't make sense, which is why it's so annoying, is because it's just so different. Like, they're completely, like, they're not even close to being the same thing. So, like, how the fuck does that count as an answer? Like, I don't know, you're supposed to say, like, I don't know, apple, and then, like, or something about red, and then you end up going, like, I don't know, fire truck. It's like, it's not related, like, except, like, very tangentially, like, in the sense of, like, they're both disorders, but, like, they're different, extremely different, like, there's not really, I don't think there's much of an overlap. Yeah, like, there's not very much of an overlap, though, like, from my understanding. At least the main traits don't really overlap very much. But, like, yeah, like, but it's just, like, the answer is supposed to be, like, I don't know. Like, it's just different. Like, it's tangentially related, just barely, but, like, tangentially related, but, like, it's not even close to me. Bah. Like, I don't know, I'm not good at the analogies, my throat hurts and everything, but, like, I don't know. saying flu and HIV are the same. Yeah. I'm not very knowledgeable about the subject, and I can tell they're very different things. You're too young for when schizo was a slur for all mental illness. I mean, I knew schizo was a slur. Yeah, I'm sure both are viral, but that's pretty much the same thing. Yes. Belle's better at the analogies. Belle is the analogy goddess. Bowing to Belle.
Huh? I think I read that somewhere in the file too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder. Dissociative.
I'm pretty sure it's dissociative, right? Am I crazy? Do I need to check I need to check the pronunciation of this one too, then I guess. But like, I always called it dissociative. Am I wrong? But like, they at least knew the disorder's name, so I don't understand.
I wouldn't say that about Miss Fukawa is
perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
I don't know about that. But she basically admitted it later on, which is why I can accept that, but like, I don't think we could say, just based upon that she was definitely someone with a split personality. Yes, but you're also Southern scum. You're Southern Canadian scum. One's English, one's American way of saying it. I see. So you were right, okay. Accept the listing, either side. Why do you keep talking to Gummy? He's trying to play the death game. I like lisping. The lisping is fun. A bit sloppy. Bah! But Jingo, we call those people— oh, what's the word? Dumb. Real. The one thing that shows Toko could have a split personality, it has to do with her behavior. Her behavior changed, I guess.
You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
I'm fine, I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead? I don't know how to do that laugh. Like, the little voice actress for Toko did a crazy laugh, like, really well. She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. That freaking tongue. Yeah, the tongue is really kind of weird. Like, also, how does she not, like, bite her tongue when she's talking that way, right? Like, am I crazy? High-pitched witch laugh. I can't do that right now. The world has a front and a back, a top inning and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies. Ugh, lisp. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Oh yeah, wasn't there a thing about temporarily using things? Oh, I guess it's not part of this currently. Okay, yeah, because this is a convo. Okay.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Let's see. Wait, what did I miss with, like, Masadir? Wait. Let's see. Okay, well, I have no idea. And I also pronounce it the same way. Melancholy tone. I guess, like, sounding depressed. I would think accuse you of fucking baiting me. Whenever voice and facial expressions don't match. She alright, she appears to be vibrating. Yeah, they tend to vibrate in the corner for some reason sometimes. She's getting pumped. Your analogy makes no sense.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can't handle blood, and one that obviously can.
I don't know if it's that obvious, but like, I mean, yeah, there was some personality shift, but like, I don't think this would be enough to just be like, I diagnosed you with DID. But yeah. Don't think about it so hard, Chrono. Stop thinking about it. I was remembering the person who serves other stuff who suddenly get angry as schizodom. Rather than the person who got angry.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's
Like,
because she was scared of
if you had
Genocide
pointed out
Jack?
that she admitted that she was Genocide Jack pretty much, that she was not going to let Genocide Jack take control, then, like, as part of your argument to support this, then I could, like, maybe accept it, but, like, it hasn't come up yet. I won't let Genocide Jack have control. I'll just drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
You're expecting too much from a bunch of teenagers. Okay, fair. Fair. They are teenagers. That's okay. True. True. They are high schoolers. Alright, fair. They're high schoolers. It's okay. Whatever. Okay.
Yeah. How can you know all this?
Yeah. Oh, it's totally a bunch of numbers and not Leon backwards here.
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised. I can't believe you lied.
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I did. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, you broke your promise first.
Imagine trusting Rich Boy. I know, right? Like, he's just such an asshole. Like, why would I trust this guy? But then Toko's kind of delusional a lot of the times, so I guess it makes sense. Like, she keeps misinterpreting everything that happens around her. So I guess I can understand, because she's not good at, like... Okay, when I say delusional, I don't mean delusional in the, like, medical term. I just mean delusional in that she just kind of fantasizes everything.
You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
And you are Togami, Master Deer. Yes. Yes. If I was to pick a character that I felt would be most like Masa, Byakuya Togami would probably be my pick. For who is basically most like Masa. Or who Masa is most like, I guess. Assholery requires competence to be socially acceptable. Togami's just a sweet boy trying to make his way through the world. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise, but don't worry. Never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. Byakuya's only role in Danganronpa is to point you in the wrong direction. You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. Wow, okay. Okay.
That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that.
The delivery just sounds so flat. I never said that. It's like, that doesn't sound right. I might be crazy, but that doesn't sound right to me. But whatever! I don't know. I'm
You
like,
weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it.
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
is it me or does it feel kind of overreacted at the? Okay, whatever. It's fine.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person you don't mean.
Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom, but in the next second, how does she just summon her out that easily?
Well, hello there. Is it me you were hoping to see?
Genocide Jill. I like this voice acting. Whatever this is, I like it. Whatever the fuck this is. Yes. Yes. I like this. Whatever the fuck this is.
What the heck?
He's your brother. The brother you didn't know you had, Masa. They've been here a long time. You've shown up together in the same chat before a few times, actually, too. And yeah, they've been here a while. And also, yes, your long-lost brother, Masa. Well, your long-lost Korean brother. Korean half-brother? I don't know. It's like Korean twin? I don't know, you're both deers. They're both deers, it's fine. They're related. A brother from another dough. God, you know,
Figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do?
okay, some of that's a little bit weird, never mind. I don't know, that's weird.
I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with
Bro from another
Genocide
dough.
Jill.
Yeah, okay, maybe I'm a little... Okay, the start was strong. I don't know how I feel about the rest of these lines so far.
What the fuck is this?
I have recently consumed elk steak to celebrate becoming a PhD student.
Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko. That's a loser name. And what happened is a textbook split personality.
I don't know about that.
So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
Okay, well... But the crazy laugh is still good.
So intense.
PhD student, I'm sorry for your loss. They're both PhD students. They are indeed. They are indeed. Bros from another dough. I'm sorry for your alcoholism, Golden.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
God. Sakura. No.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
Objection? This is the murderous fiend Genocide Jack? This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
I should change my PFP to Cannibal Deer. Trying to get reason smart boy setting this up. She's licking her own ear. Wait, she's what? I've got a long way to go. Hold your edgy red shark teeth.
What's up?
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
And it's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid! And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people.
I think I've written those lines before. Life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. I think I've written that before. God, I was edgy. Oh God. But I'm very different from this chick.
It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone.
Probably there, probably in chats here and there. Like, I'm pretty sure these last few lines here, including that it's a necessary evil if you want to survive, the act of living itself causes pain for everyone, I'm pretty sure I've fucking written that before. And she's only mostly wrong and horribly misguided. But like, again, like, depression sucks. But yeah. Okay, well she's kidding, but I wasn't. Ellipses.
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no
What
doubt.
motive? Wait, what motive? Yo, where's the motive? Where is this motive he's speaking of? Oh, okay, good. I'm not the only one who's like, what? A motive? Where? I haven't seen it yet.
Remember what Monokuma told us?
Just like Jill's emo girl prono. She felt like it. What? Motive.
If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack.
Like, no, you could have like said like the motive part first before you tried to say, oh well, now we have her motive. And I'm like, what? I was like, where do we get her motive from this conversation? I didn't see it.
If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have.
Like, you could have said that earlier before you said, isn't her motive clear? Because it really wasn't, because I was still thinking in the context of this conversation, and I was like, you haven't said her damn motive, so I don't know what you're talking about. And now he says it. I'm like, oh, okay. Now I understand where you're going. But I certainly didn't before.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting.
Togami just expects you to be more attentive. I assume Togami's secret was pretty spicy as well. Togami's secret, he's adopted. Oof. His secret is his IQ's in the lower end of double digits. Oof.
But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit. But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
It's, what do you mean murder someone in bizarre fashion? It was, I smacked someone in the back of the head. Not I stabbed them a bunch of times with scissors. And then, like, stabbed a scissor through them and pinned them to a wall. Like, Jesus Christ. Where the fuck does she get those type of scissors, and how strong is she to do that? Because, like, I think some of those walls were probably concrete, so she just jammed a scissor through someone's wrist and then through concrete. So, if that's the case, I don't think she needs to just tie someone up with a cable. Also, like, no scissors were used. She likes using sharp weapons. Like, there's a lot of holes in this. To think Makoto's secret is you peed your bed, Lamau. There's a lot of work to murder someone. So that's pure heart, just things of the position she was after death. Is she the reason all the girls got sewing kits with scissors? That would actually make sense. Makoto's secret is all the dead girls in my shower. Oof, there are easier ways to do it. Just last. Oop. He is.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Like, it's not a bizarre way if you just smacked someone in the back of the head and then you strung them up afterwards and then wrote bloodlust. But like, the murder itself wasn't particularly bizarre. It's, you just hit someone in the back of the head. Like, a lot of people die that way. A lot of murders happen that way. There's nothing particularly bizarre about that other than you hung them up and then you wrote bloodlust there. But like, when you actually have pictures to compare to, it wasn't that bizarre at all.
Do you really expect?
Because like, the other one was super gory. And this wasn't particularly gory except for the head wound.
Yeah,
ellipses. Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. But she said, I need to get some more details out about all of this. We have red eyes right here, and Orlov isn't coming for her. Library dust lamp, status of the dead body, disappearing stain. I think status of the dead body is probably the way to go.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things. Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident,
This is
the
pretty
modus
mild.
operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need?
Give it up. You killed her.
Okay. Well, okay.
Sorry, but I...
You say that, but do you really expect...
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would... Oh, an alibi, huh? Now...
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely.
No, that's wrong.
Y'all just can't appreciate Celeste's cute, sincere smile. I mean, crucifixion is the bizarre bit Kami is referring to. Super long tongue to base. Finally. Like, yes, the crucifixion might be considered bizarre, but like, in the sense, but like, the bizarre thing about the murder, I would say, is that, like, one of the things they specify is the scissors. And they're crucified with scissors, not a wire, not a cable. They're crucified with scissors through the wrists to the wall. To nearby walls. They aren't hung up on gym stuff. It's literally to a wall. Pinned to a wall with scissors stabbed in their body all over the place. So, that's very different because it's multiple stab wounds versus one blunt instrument. And then also, like, hung with a cable on, like, some gym equipment versus, like, pinned to a wall with scissors. Like, pretty different, I would say. One freaks me out more. Like, if I had to choose a way to go, it would not be stabbed to death with scissors and then pinned to a wall. I would easily choose to be bashed on the head with a blunt object braining me and then just being, like, after I'm dead, just tied up and, like, hung from, like, a gym equipment thing, compared to I was stabbed multiple times, bleeding out, like, with, like, holes in my lungs and a scissors inserted definitely in my chest, and then, like, crucified to a wall to suffocate, assuming I still was alive when pinned to the wall. Mel's just taking her aside because she knows a snake with the same name.
I think there's a slight difference between...
A slight difference. I don't know about slight. Completely different. The
How's it any different?
typical weapon is completely different. The way the, like, body is actually hung up is actually pretty different. Like, it's pretty different. It's so different. Kronos, I was terrified for a second. Why were you terrified? Oh. Sorry. I'm only kind of paying attention. I just heard you say without a hint of sarcasm. I was stabbed multiple times. I was terrified for a second. Yeah, no, I wasn't stabbed. I haven't been stabbed. Fortunately, I've not been stabbed before. I think. Yeah, no, I haven't been stabbed before.
Well then, human garbage, let me tell you!
Blech. Sorry, I know what you're talking about, but, like, I don't like the word, like, when I think of holes in the lungs, I'm just like, ah! And I'm, like, covering my, like, torso and ribs and being like, no! Yeesh! Like, I know what you mean, I'm just like, no, but specifically, Shill has a different issue. More than human garbage, let me tell you.
I murder with passion and conviction.
Holes in lungs make them air faster. Wow.
I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things.
Like, yeah, it looks like, so far the pictures we're seeing are 3 scissors in different parts of their body, 2 of which are in the torso, and 1 is around the head and neck area, And then, two big old scissors through the wrists.
Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Shibuya has this thing for nerdy office type dudes. Like a certain Tagami we know. You know, you might not be wrong.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are two clear
Chef
differences
Boyardee is
between
a
genocide
brand of
cases
canned
and this
pasta. I'm pretty sure. It's a brand of canned pasta. I'm damn sure. Yeah, it's like really, yeah, it's canned or like instant, well not instant, but it's like microwavable like ravioli stuff. Like it's canned. It's canned food. And ragu is like a pretty cheap, well, relatively cheap commercial like bottled, jarred, canned, whatever, pasta sauce. Yeah, it is super cheap. All of it's really pretty cheap. It's cheap stuff, and I've had it before, and it wasn't that great, but like, it was cheap, and it worked sometimes as like a quick snack lunch kind of when I was a kid. Sometimes, though, I think if I had to choose between Chef Boyardee and like the kind of quesadillas I used to make with like a tortilla and some like cheese in a microwave, I think I might prefer my shitty microwaved quesadillas. Who made ragu decisions? Yeah, like ragu is actually also a brand of jarred pasta sauce in the US, I think. So yeah. Oh yeah. Like Chef Boyardee and stuff like that. I think it can be like, yeah, $1. I think sometimes you can get on sale too, so it's like less than $1. But I think sometimes I see it like marked up a little bit, so I don't know, I have to check. It's been a long time since I've actually looked in that aisle at that stuff, because I just, like, I don't get that. But yeah, it's been some time, but yeah. Yeah, but ragu is also a brand here, and that's the first thing I thought of. Let me see if I can get a picture. Or actually, I can actually pull up a Target link, though Target's usually a little bit marked up, but it's like really not much of a markup here because, okay. It comes in a plastic bottle. Like, I know it's a sauce, but it's also like a brand here. It's relatively common brand, which is why I'm pretty sure that's what they meant. Oh wow, rich Asians get along. You need to start a face battle. I'm not rich, my living costs are just low. Oh wait. Oh, nope, that was not the image. The image failed to send. Oh, I can't delete. Well, it's fine. Or rather, I copied a URL, but it was not the image URL. Oh well. I forgot that it probably had some sort of protection on it, so I can't just like right-click, copy, and paste the URL, so yeah. Nope. Oh, hold on, wait. I'll be right back. Where did I click? Okay, there. Okay. There's one clear difference between the murders. The victim's fatal injury.
For one, the cause of death is different.
Now, Masa, would you spend a few $100s on watching my suffering in a video game? Wait. I want you to hear from... Wait, these rich white Killians, I don't know. I ain't rich either, I'm just coming from middle class. Not interesting what happened. Upper middle class doesn't drop $1,000 on taking a Scotsman's life. Hell, that's a rich man's sport. That is a rich man's sport. Would you spend a few $100s on a video game? I just had how much money dropped on Jake. I'd spend a few $100 to directly cause suffering. I think Masa's referring to potentially flying over to beat you up. Well, get in a fight with you. Didn't you guys promise to get in a fist fight when you meet? Didn't you guys promise to like literally get in a fist fight when you guys meet? Anyways. For one, the cause of death is different.
In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way. According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors. But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method?
Yes.
And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right! In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce!
Right.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
She views herself as an artist. That's not a good sign.
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
Yes. That's right. Second difference is related to how she was suspended.
I got it! Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
Pair of scissors. The other's clearly more than one, I would agree. And so, you know, I used to make my wealth exploiting poor people's unfortunate circumstances. She's way too in this murder gig. If she isn't the murderer, they'll have to live with the knowledge that she is murder after. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wish my torture these days was for money instead of for free.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
Okay, it says pairs of, so at least it's...
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement!
Couldn't people start looking for, like, the orders of that special type of scissor to find out who did it? Like, if you can track the provider and then you track the customer and see who ordered like a fucking 1,000 scissors, I think you would have a pretty good idea of who did it if it was an individual instead of an office. But like, how would... Like, if she was making herself... But like, even so, like, it just seems... I mean, what?
Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky
What?
about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? What?
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice?
Guys.
Take a look at who the
I noticed
victims
that.
were. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
Glasses dudes.
Pattern.
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Let's see. There was a pattern surrounding the genocide Jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it. I literally spotted this early on. I think I figured it out. I know why she couldn't have killed Chihiro. Because Chihiro was a girl.
Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
Yep, the VA is definitely enjoying this. Like, well, I mean, it was kind of obvious. Like, the list of names were mostly, like, names that I could recognize as masculine, despite not really knowing that many Japanese names. But, like, I could recognize most of them are masculine, and then the ages were, like, it was a different age range. But, like, the pictures that were all shown were guys. There wasn't a single girl picture at all that I could see in there. And most of the names that I could recognize the gender of sounded like masculine Japanese names, not, like, feminine ones. Like, yeah, I literally, as soon as I opened up the Genocide Jack case file, I'm pretty sure, like, I was like, I think I said something about it being guys, and then once they started talking about, like, the entire list of names, I was like, oh yeah, it's like, it sounds like it's all guys. Like, I said that during, when I was flipping through the Genocide Jill case files the first time around.
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Ken Harada. Ken is a guy's name. Tetsuhiro Honda. Tetsuhiro doesn't sound like a girl's name to me. Shoji Gaku doesn't sound like a girl's name. Kano Issei, I don't know. Takeshi, that's pretty sure that's a guy's name. Takeshi Yoshida. A guy. Komatsuna Taro, I don't know. Takefumi, that sounds like a guy. Uchida Naoya, probably a guy, but like, I don't know. Takeshi, again, a guy. Masamune Yuto is a guy's name. Like, the names I could recognize sounded like guys' names, and I didn't see any that seemed particularly like a woman. So it was like, yeah.
They were all guys?
Like, I can kind of tell, like, there tends to be, like, there's some that are more obvious. Like, there's some that are more obvious. Like, if it was a Kane, or like, something Ko, like, Ko means little girl. So if it was something Ko, then it would be girl. Then there's like, I don't know, like, now that I think about it, like, I can't think of any Japanese girl names, but like, I'm sure I know plenty. Like, I've seen enough of these. Asuka, Ayaka, Ayako, Azumi, Chieko, Chiasa, Hina, Akari, Sakura, Kana, Kane, Aina, Kyo, Meimi, Emi, Hitomi, Ame, Aya, Akemi, Asami, Emika, Emio, Fumiko, Hayami, Hiromi, Kaori, Katsumi, Mei, Mika, Misaki, Minori, Nani, Tadami, Wakumi. Okay, well, I don't know about Tadami and Wakumi. I wouldn't have guessed those ones. Komasumi, Boko, Chiosa, Chieko, Chiharu, Chika, Chikako, Chinami, Chitose. Yeah, like, I don't know, they're like Eiko and Miko, like, there's certain, like, if you were giving a long list of girl names, like, there are certain names that are pretty popular as a girl name. And, like, I don't know, stuff that ends in, like, Ane, I think, or, like, I don't know, Kane, or, like, Emi, Meimi, like, Asuka. Like, you'd probably also, like, in that entire list of names, you would probably see something that ends with a ko, which would mean girl. Like, I'm pretty sure ko is basically, like, kind of like a suffix that means, like, girl. Kimiko, half the things ending in hime. Can't Makoto be a girl's name? I don't know. Sayuri and Yumi, that's all I know. Tsuko, a lot of names end in me. Orlov is a surname, as it turns out, strudel. I know men with Japanese names. God, it's been so long, but I used to have a friend who was, like, a Japanese girl I met, and, like, she was actually from Japan. She came over, like her family was from Japan. She was, like, I think she was a second generation, or she was a first generation who just came over. And like, oh man, I remember she had a bento box and I begged for some of her food, and I was like, she gave me some of her rice, and I was like, who would want rice? It's plain and boring. And then I tasted it and was like, oh, this is actually really yummy. Like, her bento box was good. Like, but she actually had like a bento every time she came, and I was just like, I am jealous. My lunchbox typically is a soggy sandwich by the time lunch rolls around. Like, a soggy and squashed sandwich, usually, by the time I get my sandwich. And of course, there's no candy. There may or may not be fruit. What else used to be in my lunch boxes? Crackers. Crackers, a soggy sandwich, a fruit. Maybe a box of raisins. Yeah, I was just like, I you were jealous of food and convinced someone to give you theirs. Yeah. Yeah. It was really delicious. It was really good. Yeah, but like, yeah, I had not great lunches. Like, my memory of school lunches that were actually packed by parents was usually like, I don't want to eat this. I'm hungry though, so I'm gonna eat it, but it's soggy. It's soggy and it's squishy. And it doesn't taste good. And it's like really soggy. Like, you push it and it just like squishes, and then there's like liquid, and it's like wet sandwiches. Everyone knows lunches aren't for eating but for use as currency. I never had anything to trade. Oh wait, no, there was the seaweed packets, like little bits of seaweed, but then someone was like, oh my god, are you eating seaweed? What is that? Or no, actually, like, oh my god, what are you eating? What is that? And I think they acted like it was super weird. I don't remember. I just remember I cried. It was my favorite part of the like lunch too. I never got chocolate. Well, I got chocolate milk only when we ordered lunch from the cafeteria. Who made sushi, pizzas, egg rolls? That sounds really good, Strudel. Fuck, I trade V8 for chalky milk. I didn't like V8, but then I acquired the taste for it because it was better than my soggy sandwiches. I was someone who was always hungry, but like, or well, I mean, not always hungry, but I like to eat, but then it was always like stuff that I didn't like to eat. So then it was always just like, meh, meh. It's not very satisfying. They were all guys?
That's right! The people I killed with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men!
That man sounded a little bit weird.
I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
Okay, but that was, okay, like, this line was pretty good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it.
Oh. She's Fujoshi, but like, I kind of thought she was already a Fujoshi, but like, a different sort of Fujoshi? Like, a different sort of rotten girl. Like, there's like, naturally the Fujoshi that's understood as like boy love one, but then like, I also felt like she was kind of like a rotten girl in a different way because like, she just kept on fantasizing conversations that never happened. See, I wasn't, well, no, I was kind of raised on Chinese food, but I was raised on, like, bland Chinese food for some time. Because of the whole time where my mom got some news from her relatives saying that people had too much salt. Or ate too much salt, and salt was bad for you. And American food had way too much salt, so you should reduce all the salt. And so she would cook things and never add salt. Or she'd add, like, a pinch for 4 people. Like, food worth 4 people. 4 people's worth of food. And then, of course, there's me trying to steal salt. to sneakily put in my dish because I couldn't deal with the lack of butter. My mom doesn't salt her food. Oh man, Fusion! I relate! I relate! Fusion, that's true here too. My mom was like, oh no, salt. Like, people put too much salt in it. You shouldn't have that much salt. And then my dad followed along, so we didn't even use coconut oil for flavor. There was also, I think, a period of time where they were like, oh no, oil is bad. So a lot of food was just kind of steamed or boiled. And unsalted. Yeah, exactly. At one point, everything was steamed, boiled, or poached. Yes. Yep. Yep. Yes. I wonder if, like, I don't know, like, God, I'm just, like, thinking about it. It's like, yeah, that's how, like, my mom got that information from, like, one of her sisters. But, like, another one of her sisters is actually a really good cook. And so one time my mom went to learn a recipe from her sister, and when she cooked it, she just left out the salt. And then I was just like, and she tried to feed it to us, and like it was a dish I usually loved when like I ate at a restaurant or my aunt made it. But like I was like, this is bland and I don't like it. It was Hainan Ji Fan, Hainanese chicken rice, but like no salt. And I don't think we even had the like spicy ginger sauce either, so. And it was just so bland. It was just like rice with like a little bit of unsalted chicken flavor. And then my mom was like, I think she talked to her sister, like, why don't they like my food? Blah, blah, blah. And then it's like I cooked it according to your recipe, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, but then she said she left out the salt, and then my mom was like, what? You left out the salt? How could you leave out? You need the salt in there. Like, it doesn't taste good with the salt. Which is true. My mom would also leave out all the oil and fat by not putting any meat. It sounds like the Asian version of British cooking. To be fair, I got more than enough salt eating outside. I got it sometimes too, but like, when you go from like a salty, like, I don't know, like, just the lack of salt in my regular food. Like, we didn't, like, there was a period of time where we did eat home-cooked meals pretty much exclusively. But then there was also, like, a period of time where, like, lunch was my soggy sandwich, and then dinner was, a burger from McDonald's on the $1 menu. Because it was cheap and quick. And I had classes at night, so... And then we went from that to, here's your boiled veggies with no salt or oil. Oh, yeah. Just drowning in salt dinner was extremely bland. Sometimes it was like that, yo. Can help me
But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
Wait, what? What does that mean?
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid.
I got really good at MacGyver bland food using other things.
I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line.
I just started getting like a habit of just
The one and only.
sneaking salt into my food whenever I could. Just like, oh, I'm gonna go get seconds. Didn't finish my plate. Just gonna, go get some more veggies from the stove. Takes like swipes salt to shaker next to the stove while like my back is blocking like the view of what I'm doing, and then like shake some salt into my food, stir it up, and then add some veggies. Just to be like, yeah, I totally was just getting the food, you know. I had to sneak it in. It was not good otherwise.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it.
I didn't have the guts for that muscle.
It's a different matter entirely. When you're forced to
Also, if I did that, they would probably like, I don't know, add way more rice or like add water to my food. Like, we had canned soups, which, okay, admittedly those things can be quite salty, but then like what they'd do is they'd like take it and they'd put half in a bowl and then fill the rest of the bowl with milk or water and heat that up. And then it just become like watery, like they did it to the clam chowder, so it went from like a nice creamy like cream-based soup to like watery and thin. Well, because there was too much salt, you know? Yeah, so like clam chowder, they would usually add milk to it, so it would go from like this, like, you know, like a thick soup to just watery soup. Duck fat melted into potato sounds pretty good. Cronus is becoming a crime against food stream, and that's something you don't stand for. That's true, I don't like crime against food. Food is delicious. But like Strudel is saving the crime against food stream by like putting some like delicious sounding stuff up there.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly cur.
Good for you, Jill. You call this fuck a lowly cur.
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors.
Strudel, send me the recipe too! Oh my god, that was how I used to get like my food sometimes when I was like much younger, before my mom and dad got on their health kick. It was like the 20-cent instant ramen, like the one that tastes like cardboard. And just they just made it, throw some egg. Well, they didn't do the soy sauce, but it would just be like ramen with egg. It's the really cheap, really cheap 20-cent ramen that actually does legitimately sometimes make me think of cardboard now that I've had better stuff.
Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class, envy of the entire world scissors!
I still eat cardboard even though I can make a steak because cardboard is easy. You mean like the cardboard ramen? Yeah. Honestly, if I had a package of the cardboard ramen, I probably would do that too sometimes.
Okay, whatever.
Strudel, give me recipes. Strudel, make a recipe book. Strudel. I went... Okay. Belle, we should go take a field trip. We're gonna go visit Strudel. And yeah. Bum some food off of them. Let's go. We're gonna go bum some food off Strudel. My college go-to it was a block of ramen, gochujang, and some ham I keep ready for quick food. Just make some country fried steak. It's full of pictures of me as a kid, so not for you lot. Boo. Makes things more simple by having Strudel bum on my couch. Perfect. Let's go. Let's go. I'll take a field trip. Enjoy Strudel's gourmet dishes. Okay, whatever this one is in the school.
Sure about that?
Oh. Geesh, that smile is pretty.
That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime! Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side?
Honestly, where does she keep them?
Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong! You can't, can you? Gutter dogs, all of you!
Wow! Wow! Wow, what do you mean gutter dogs? Hello? I at least recognize that you had a completely different style. I don't know if I appreciate it. But at least I wasn't dumb enough to say like, oh no, you totally like did this crime that had a completely different like that was just completely different. Other than the fact that it was both like killing. Infinite ammo. Where did you get that? Oh, I'm sure you want to answer that question, Kronos. Oh, okay, that about where she gets her scissors. Not that sure, but she probably has like an entire like suitcase full of scissors, honestly. Oh, well, I definitely didn't see that just now. Like, but yeah, if I was to guess, she probably has like an entire fucking suitcase full of scissors. Okay, so, okay, wait. Goka is closer. Maybe I should take a field trip to Gok. I mean, you're probably closer than wherever Strudel is, if I remember where Strudel is correctly. But I could be remembering wrong, because it's not like, I see it that often. Aw, boo. Okay. Field trip. That's an okay, whatever. That was a little bit odd boy talking.
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
Well, when our lives are on the line, yes. Just because it's a heinous villain doesn't mean they necessarily did that crime. Now, you could totally pin the blame on them, but if we did, we'd probably die. I ain't ready to die for that.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
I'm acceptable sometimes at cooking.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Actually, hold on. There is one person. One person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases.
Here's my answer.
I don't think it was him, but like he could have copied it.
It's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Ellipses.
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Yeah, I follow a recipe, so it's like, but like I don't always get it right because I'm not that experienced. At, like, it's been a while since I made these things, and then I usually only make it like a couple times, and then so like they're all like first tries or second attempts, and sometimes they're like it's been some time between, but I make a decent like baked Memphis style rib. Like I make some decent ribs. Like I bake them though, but like they usually come out pretty good. But then it's like the dry rub is pretty simple recipe, so yeah, maybe nothing that special about that.
Then the reason you pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because you wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
Yeesh.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
And the locker rooms, they're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? Huh? Suspicious? Seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
How did you know the victim was Chihiro?
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
How did you know? Well, wait, no. Okay, yeah, I guess we were looking for missing Chihiro, so I guess... No, but wasn't it? Wait, was Byakuya there in the morning? I don't remember.
On the contrary, there's something very
I don't remember. I don't remember where Byakuya was at the time when we found out
okay,
who
then.
was missing.
What's so strange about it? Go ahead. Share with the rest of the class.
There was a clear contradiction in what Byakuya just said. I need to make it clear to everyone. New element has been added to non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. Next, we're going to add something called a truth flashback. If you aim at a weak spot and hold down the Y button, then you'll memorize that weak spot. Ah, fuck. This memorized phrase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear from your truth cylinder. However, you can use this flashback feature as many times as you want. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize a different weak spot and use that to make your case. What's the best time to flashback? Well, you just have to use your keen wits, won't you? In this case, though, I will say that if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Well then, good luck and have fun. Monokuma file number 2.
So...
Oh wait, can I refer to the... What was the Monokuma file number 2 again? I think it was, a description of how Chihiro died, wasn't it? It was Monokuma's... Okay, wait, okay.
But he was acting weird.
You feel presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker
No,
room.
Hifumi.
That's a natural reaction for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a... So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless... What's so strange about that?
You wish you'd taken me with you.
Okay, wait, what was it something?
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird...
Oh, wrong button. Wait, you're supposed to hover over it and hit Y, right? Oh, okay, wait. Wait. Is it hitting Y? And hold down the Y button, okay. And I can't switch this, so I'm just gonna have to...
That's a natural...
The victim was so of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless
What's so strange?
You wish you'd taken me with you.
What was it? He said that we'd found... the body. Wait. I don't remember what was said. Okay, the key thing is before the body, Chihiro is a girl, so of course we check the girls' locker room. But it was before we found the body, so why do we have to check the locker room? Or is it because Chihiro was a girl? I think it should be. Okay.
But he was acting weird. How?
If you're presented with the opportunity,
That's a natural...
The victim was Chihiro, so of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first.
There was no time... What's so strange?
you wish you'd taken me with you.
Oh wait, Chihiro was a girl might be the contradiction.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. but he was acting weak. If you're presented with...
Hold Y to suck up, holding Y, not hitting Y. Exactly. Almost like you spent 2 hours roaming for coins, you'll take more mental fatigue later. Maybe.
That's unnatural! The victim was Chi, so of course I would suggest we check the girls. There was no time. What's so strange?
You wish you'd taken me with you.
About being a girl.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird, but he was acting weird. If you're presented with the opportunity...
That's a natural reaction for any guy! The victim was Chihiro, who was a good... So of...
What was Chihiro before the play? I'm thinking! I'm trying to think of what the order of things were. But it was before we... No, but we knew the victim was Chihiro, so it should be the other one, isn't it?
What's so strange?
You wish you'd taken me with you. So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the fight, but he was acting... If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the...
That's a
I'm confused. Okay, shh.
The victim was Chihiro.
Was this right? I don't know.
No, that's wrong.
Is this right? I think I'm wrong.
I'll tell you what's so strange about that, because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro...
I see. Interesting.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Yeah, okay, so... It's like he doesn't
What's
even
the
care.
matter?
There is. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents.
Wait, okay, no, so this was actually the conversation we should have been having. Okay.
The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Okay, wait. Where's my transcript? Oh, I don't think I can see this right now. Oh, nope. There's the transcript. Aha! This is good, because I don't have a memory right now. The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. I'll tell you what's so strange about that, because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up. I see that's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting, very interesting indeed, but your reasoning is still too weak, huh? What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you got more than that. Go ahead, show us. What's with Byakuya's attitude? Just like he doesn't even... All this is just to say he wasn't supposed to know who the victim was. Yeah, but like, see, the thing is, I don't remember if we knew it was Chihiro we were looking for. So I was like, shit, wait, if we were looking for Chihiro specifically, then yes, that would make sense. But if we didn't know we were looking for Chihiro, then it wouldn't make sense. And I couldn't remember which one it was, because I didn't remember how things were before. I just didn't remember if we knew what who the victim was beforehand. It's like he doesn't even care, I got him cornered, but he's acting like what's the matter, not fish already. Are you? Much more to it? There is, I think. There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the difference in this case in the past Genocide Jack incidents. Who you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
Ellipses. The difference between the case and other Genocide Jack murders. Evidence proves Byakuya is responsible is hidden there. What could it be? Okay.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors
okay.
to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life. Obviously, somebody else must have it hidden away somewhere.
Proof Byakuya is hidden within the rope, I guess it's possible. First, the animal should be bound with used like rope, but it was actually rope.
What? The difference? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my
I don't want to hit this because it's too close, and last time it basically counted as I hit the thing.
Suspended with some kind of rope.
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy in...
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
What?
Obviously,
What?
somebody else
How did you miss?
hidden away somewhere.
How did you miss?
The difference
Really? Is that
Suspended with
really?
some kind of...
That's right.
But
It absolutely was.
bah
Then there must be
bah.
something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Oh my god! Oh my god. Okay, go again.
What? The difference? You want me to explain? When I want to kill, I use my... And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended. It was some kind of rope.
That's right. It absolutely was.
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Oh god. Jesus Christ.
Somebody else.
I can't. Oh my god.
Chihiro was suspended. It was some kind of...
That's right. It absolutely was.
Then there must be something very...
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life. Obviously,
No!
somebody else must have had it hidden
Oh
away.
my lord. Oh my god. I'm gonna fail this.
You want me to explain? When I want to kill, and I use those same...
But Chihiro, it was some kind of...
That's right. It absolutely...
Then there must be something...
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you...
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Oh, finally. Finally. Finally.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before.
Damn it.
Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What? An extension cord?
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you?
Damn
And the
it.
same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
And Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
That's
Ellipses,
really,
that's really what you think.
Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room.
Interesting.
Then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
Ellipses, he's doing it again. He's totally calm, totally unconcerned, as if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved? What's wrong? I asked, do you think that's what
Yes,
happened?
that's what happened.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
We kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
But could we hold on
Okay.
just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Do we really need to? We've already decided.
I mean, your life's on the line, Yasuhiro, so I don't know, maybe.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
Wait, what was that just now? Something's not right. Yoko remembering there's something in there that concerns me.
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro, but are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown. She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene? That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Hey Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? When the story suddenly moved to the crime scene, Byakuya had been so confident up till now. Maybe Byakuya never even realized the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else.
Don't just move on without permission! What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
Evidence shows the murder took place somewhere else. I need to just focus on the thing that got switched. the things that got switched. Oh, prove that the scenes are switched. Okay.
I got it. The proof
Okay, so not like I select multiple ones. I have to select one specifically.
that's hanging in each
Okay,
locker
that makes
room.
sense.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
She really does that crazy laugh well.
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
Yeah, I know, right? The boob size. Like I would have pointed out there's like a gravure idol, the one that's like specifically in kind of ambiguous poses.
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker room.
And also the other one is an idol, so like a boy group. Yeah, like I don't know if guys are as interested in boy groups in general as girls might be.
You know,
but I don't know. I don't actually pay attention to that stuff.
right,
So
Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
While I was in the girls' locker
Move a
room
cat.
earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
no, it's not the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away.
God, between Genshin, Tales of Rise, and all the games I played last day involved staring at boobs while something happened to them. Why is my life like this? Pat, 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 poor Shell.
In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
I don't know about that. But rather, I'm also like, I don't understand why that. I mean, like, I would point out that, like, if it was me, I'd be like, I was in the boys' locker room. I remember that poster. It was in the boys' locker room. Ta-da! Don't even have to mention anything about, like, the figure. Or the boobs.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Like, you didn't have to mention the boobs, technically.
Does that mean that the
Maybe surround yourself with something you enjoy. That does remind me of that one game developer who was all like, if you gave every man a pair of like boobs to hold or something like that, there would be world peace. Or something like that, because he was super into chests. Chrono did immediately notice the booba the first time I honed in on it. Did I? I don't remember. Maybe.
But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible.
Yeah, I think it was Yoko Taro. I don't know about never be in a girl's locker room, but I would expect more like fitness model rather than that. Like, if you're putting in a fitness room, then I would think that what you want to do, and it's like a female model, like what you want to do is you want to put a figure to try to become like, and you would want to show off the fitness specifically. I mean, yes, boob envy is a thing, but like if specifically in a gym, I would think that it would be more like, you want to look at that fitness model, the flat tummy, the abs, the toned arms instead of flabby arms, like. Or maybe that's just me. Honestly, I do like see like bodybuilders and fit people and I just go, God, I wish I was toned. Yeah, that's true. The pose is a little bit not as geared towards tastes. Yeah, no, I'm not thinking about the lack of clothing, no, like, no, but it's like, the pose was really pretty ambiguous. You had a whole monologue about the Booba poster. I probably did. Yeah, no, like, the pose was, yes, it was, like, ambiguous. It was ambiguous in an odd way for, a, like, poster of a woman in, like, a girls' gym, girls' locker room. Yeah.
In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the bloodstained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing
And
this,
the dumbbell.
the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
I mean, yeah, some girls are into that, but like, that's not what you would typically find in a girl's locker room. And yes, but like, again, it's not what you would be most likely to find in a girl's locker room. Like, specifically from like an odds point of view. One of them is more likely to be in, like, more appealing to different, like, there's like different target audiences for those posters. And the main target audience for those posters didn't quite match the location they were in after the murder. Also because I saw the girls, the female idol poster in the boys' locker room before the murder. And then after the murder, it was in the girls' locker room, and a different poster that I hadn't seen before in the guys' locker room had suddenly appeared, so...
Huh? Why would they go through all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have got Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Is he right? Could Chihiro really have gone into the boys' locker room now? There are a few things like that where there are optional things, so they have to write around it. Makoto saw, but since it's not required to ever go in before the investigation, they wrote it this way. That's true. Like, that's fair.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker rooms and...
I've got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook! She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
Yeah, I don't think that she used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course. If she had that,
She could get into the boys'
Damn
locker
it.
room, no problem.
Theoretically, Chihiro was able to use Leon's handbook to use the boys' locker room. That's if she was able to use it.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have...
I've got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the ultimate programmer. I'm sure that would have...
no, I don't think that she used the thing.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
No, that's wrong.
Oh wait, maybe I picked the wrong one to hit.
No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup, yup, yup! Hit the nail square on the noggin!
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said.
Psst! You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial...
It seems like there's no way she could...
Okay then.
Ah, so I picked the wrong one.
Hold on I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right
Oh wait, I forgot to read things out loud.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What? What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
Huh? For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead, and where she took us was...
The girls' locker room?
You've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands? No way!
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just based on religious grounds, you know?
Sure.
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about?
I mean, it's also kind of the evidence, so we kind of don't want to mess with it, usually.
That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
But also,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know.
Here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but... What?
What?
This is... What is this?
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is
what?
God, the voice.
Is a boy.
I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
It's a trap. Yeah, I thought it was a trap to some extent because there's like a little bit of the voice line, so it sounded very much like it was a boy's line, but... Yeah, I know, right? Like, we could have gone to see her room.
Chihiro was a guy?
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right
Is
off
Trap
the
a slur?
Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
Then he was a cross-dresser? Oh, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting.
I guess I could see it too. I just don't usually think of it as a slur. It usually is specifically referring to a guy who is probably also straight. Like a male like sex, who views themselves as a guy who's straight but likes to cross-dress and pulls it off convincingly. Wasn't it? You know, I never thought about that. Actually, I never thought of it as an attempt to trick a person into a dig. It's just someone being so convincing that you really think they're a girl, and you hit on them. Except you're straight. You're both straight. Like, from my perspective, it's always just, it's just a guy who happens to be very convincing as a girl. That's it. And it's so convincing that you can get a straight guy to hit on them, not realizing that it's actually a guy. No, I thought Trap is a guy who just happens to like cross-dressing and is actually convincing enough that people think it's actually a girl. That's it. Like, for me, it was just always a guy who's just convincingly dressed as a girl. Like, to the point that people think that's really a girl, up until maybe the point they actually speak, but... I have never understood it that way, Strudel. Like, I've never heard that, and... I never heard that, Strudel or Empower. Like, I've never seen it as they intentionally trick anyone to, like, try to be with them or anything, like, but, like, or thinking that they're female. It's just more like, or, like, not in a negative way, but more like they like to dress as the opposite sex and pull it off convincingly enough that it looks real. I have never understood it to be a trick. Like, I have never heard it in that term either. Like, one that Strudel... Yeah, the Strudel and Empower, I've never heard it that way. Like, I've never seen it that way, I've never thought of it that way. I never actually had a negative connotation with Trap. Like, I've never actually... That never had a negative connotation for me. Like, at all. It was just, to me, it was always just someone who was convincingly, like, a guy who was able to convincingly look like a girl. Like, a guy as in male sex, male gender, who was convincingly looking like a girl. I guess. I always viewed it as, like, a joking term, as in, like, it looks so, like, the guy looks so much like a girl that, like, guys might hit on him and then realize, oh, we're both guys. Like, straight guys might hit on him and be like, oh shit, we're both guys, never mind. But, like, I never really thought of it as, like, an intentional trying to trick guys or intentionally trying to lure guys.
Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
I've pretty much only seen it in the context of, like,
I do apologize
cross-dressers, like, cross-players.
Well, then, let's resume
and...
the class trial.
Yeah, I've mostly seen it in the context of cross-players. Like, I've pretty much only seen it in the context of cross-players and anime characters who are usually pretty liked. So... might be keeping you waiting. Now let's resume the class trial. Well, sorry for making you uncomfortable, Shell.
We've all just learned of the
My
shocking
throat hurts.
revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Oh.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
To think that Chihiro was actually a guy, the thought had never even crossed my mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room. and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
To be honest, for me, trap is usually seen as a compliment for the fact that it appears the. Yeah, I actually also thought of it as, in some ways, a complimentary term, too. Like, I didn't really have any negative connotations. I actually had more of a positive connotation with the word. In my own understanding of it. What's fish? I've never heard that.
So, Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
I have not watched RuPaul's Drag Race, except like some clips and some performances.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
He's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya's the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But
Ellipses. I think he might not
actually be the killer after all.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
The etymology was the same use catfishes. I don't know. I mean, it was like catfishing.
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery. The way he's acting,
it probably does. I mean, some of it, the perspective would, like, it would, a lot of things are a matter of perspective. And a lot of things are, you know, a product of your environment and what you've been exposed to and what you've seen and what kind of lens you look at it through. So my own personal experiences with, like, my own personal experiences with that word have been, in general, positive. Accompanied with, like, positive feelings for, like, traps, and also, like, a kind of a compliment. And your own experience, Orlov, has it where BR trap has been used a lot negatively. So naturally, you have a negative connotation. Like, for you, it's a negative thing. Like, it has a lot of negative connotations. For me, it would have a lot more positive connotations because I've mostly been exposed to it as a positive term. Unlike you, who has been exposed to it mostly as a negative term.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with it?
God, I hate this list, but stupid Invisibliners. I'm never gonna get. Well, okay, I'll eventually get over it, but not right now.
How can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it.
Ellipses.
And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again, when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit.
Odd. I don't quite follow why that would make it an appropriate term for catfishing, but okay. Good night, Goke. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it.
I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Wait, alter it? You fuck! Why would you fuck with the evidence? Byakuya, do you want us all to die? Byakuya, why the fuck would you do that?
Are you fucking with us right now?
And also, yeah, he was the first person to find the corpse, so...
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, I find it
Yeah, but like, if he tricked... Then, like, if he successfully tricked us, then everyone dies except the killer. So, like, he just died. That's not winning.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free.
I mean, okay, I guess to spice it up, if he can clearly prove it that he didn't do it. But, like, if he convinces us that it was him or something, or, like, gets it wrong, then, like, we all die. So it's like, why? Like, why? Like... Jesus. Also, I'll be right back.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
We're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear. Byakuya.
Again, this is your life, Yasuhiro.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
Oh good, she points it out.
Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
But if Byakuya didn't do it, then who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can be sure that we know about. The killer... We don't necessarily know this.
I got it!
Use the boy locker, you would need a boy's handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have to use their own. But what if it's not Leon's handbook that's broken? In other words, it'd have to be a guy. That's not enough, I need to find more clues. Wait, so it's a guy? Fuck, so it's not Celeste? Fuck!
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but... Did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw
The killer, that perhaps someone saw the victim at some point.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new...
It's over.
It's all. You want to know who saw the
Jesus.
killer? And it's not like they're just gonna.
Game over, man.
Yeah! No! Not game over!
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing. Nobody can.
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw
Saw the victim at some point.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
What? That doesn't count? Wait. Wait, okay. Oh, right, I have to be disagreeing. Oh. F. Right, I need to find a contradiction.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well,
So I have to find something
sure
different?
if someone saw the.
Perhaps someone
Saw the victim at some point.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind...
It's over. It's all over.
You want to know who saw
The killer. And only the killer.
No, Swamp! I believe
It's gonna be
someone else
fine, yeah.
did
Oof.
see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes. I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this. The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse.
Yeah, I actually really like the way she pronounces it.
I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
Track jacket in a double bag. But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
Indeed, where the fuck did it go?
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd. Chihiro told me he was in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry?
God, it's not gonna be. Oh no.
For whom I should think.
Okay, so there is something I did think about earlier that I didn't say.
Someone, and then they were going to work out together?
So there was a thing that when I first thought about the boys' locker room, I was thinking about which boy is most likely to do an actual murder, and I didn't think, weirdly enough, I didn't think Byakuya. Or rather, I don't know, I didn't really have a thought, but when I talked with Mondo in the locker room, he said something, he called Chihiro a dude. And I thought that was a little odd when I heard it, but I don't know if I'm crazy. Like, I don't remember if he previously referred to Chihiro as a dude before. But like, I don't know if he meant it in like a, like, that's the thing, is I don't know if it was meant as like a specific like if that was a specific like calls everyone dude sort of thing, or if it's calls guys only dude, which is why I wasn't sure and I didn't say much about it, because like he specifically called her a dude, which could be intentional, or it could just be he calls everyone dude, and so I don't know, but like, it's not Byakuya. I really don't think Kiyotaka would do it. Hifumi, I can't imagine him in the gym. And the thing is Mondo apparently, I think I remember Mondo works out and Kiyotaka works out, and I assume Byakuya probably works out. But I can't imagine Byakuya working out with someone else. Especially Chihiro. Like, I don't think he has the patience for that. Which would leave Kiyotaka and Mondo, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he'd hang up to the end either. I bet it was Leon, sure. Did Byakuya explain why he messed with the body? Did I miss something? That's true. I didn't think of that. Jingo.
Ina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
What a marvelous friendship!
The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta
And
figure
also-
out who it was.
The other thing that I thought of was, I was looking at the dumbbell and I think I made a comment about, but that dumbbell looks really, really heavy. And I was thinking, like, whoever lifted that has to be really strong. Or at least decently strong, because that was a pretty solid dumbbell. Like, there was 3 weights on either end. Like, or like, it looked like there was like 3 like little like weight plate thingies on either end. And I was like, that doesn't look light. Like, that looks pretty heavy. So whoever did it has to be strong. And then also you had to be able to lift your hero's body up and tie them up properly to the gym stuff. Which, I don't know, but like, sometimes it can be hard to move bodies. It has to be lifted and swung, is the thing. It can't be like lifted and dropped onto the person's head. It has to be lifted and swung. And yeah, I was like, that's why I'm like, it could be Taka. Not so much. Rather, I think it'd be much harder to aim that. To make someone fall just right to land on the dumbbell, and with enough force to kill them. In one blow. Like, to blunt force trauma on someone in the head, like, with that, they need to use enough force, and they have to be able to lift and swing that dumbbell. And yeah, I could see Taka doing it. Like, yeah, I could see like it being Taka or Mondo. I just don't know who. But like, I also kind of, I don't know, for me it's much harder for me to imagine Taka doing that because he's the moral compass thing. I don't know, it seems difficult to push. Oh, I didn't observe that. But it just seems difficult to me to aim like someone to fall perfectly on the dumbbell like that. Also, but, well, like, I don't know. It didn't specify any other injuries, but I don't know if they would have, because something like that wouldn't just damage the head. Like, there would probably be damage to, like, their back, or, yeah, because it was the back of the head, I think. So, like, to be tackled down like that, most likely they would have taken some damage to, like, wherever they're hit, as well. Like, wherever they were tackled, and also, like, bruised on their back, probably. Right? I mean, it could be a horrible accident, I guess, but, yeah, I don't know.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No. You already have what you need to make the connection.
And, like, the thing is, if we're going for who can be trusted, Taka is... I would also trust him to not murder the shit out of me, but I don't know if I trust him to keep a secret, but... Also, Chihiro had a lot of admiration for Mondo.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
No, I don't actually know who the killer is. Fuck.
Seriously? Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of.
Can we have the schedule for who actually has access to the cleaning room right now? Like, who is on cleaning duty? You can access trash?
Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences. We just need the time to talk it out.
Ugh. Talking it out. Jesus. More time shit that I'm not good at.
Good find. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
Probably true, Shell. About Kirigiri and Naegi.
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket we took.
Does Chihiro's track jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow, it's really hard to believe. I think I'm gonna have to pick something up from...
First of all, we know where Chihiro was. He was on his way, so next week, why did he choose?
What do you mean? I got it! It matched the one that caught.
So, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
How did he know it was blue?
I got it from the way.
Did any of that really help us?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he...
Yes, I heard it, yes. Okay, so it's the Celeste account.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed.
He was on his way to... So next week, why did he choose?
What do you mean? I got it! It matched the one...
So, what you're saying is the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit?
No, that's wrong. Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago,
I saw him stuffing a tracksuit into a duffel bag, and then I assume he headed off to exercise.
she never said anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you... You just...
Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
I was wrong, it wasn't Celeste.
Did you tell anyone that?
Damn it. Okay, well, I'll keep my eye on Celeste. I'm automatically suspicious of her anyways. She'll probably get murdered next chapter. Am I biased? Maybe. Before we begin the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
That's true. Did we?
Because I just...
I don't know if we did, but I hope I did.
I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Yeah.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died.
Cherry?
That's the only possibility.
I guess.
Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night.
Mm-hmm.
He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
But they said it was in the duffel bag.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
Well, she was meant to be a pretty uncomfortable character.
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions.
Well, I didn't suspect
from the
him.
very
Well,
beginning.
except for the dude thing, but I was like thinking I might have been overthinking.
What made you so suspicious?
That's
And
a
also
good question.
guy. The way he talked. Maybe?
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off.
Am I
Maybe
wrong?
you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer
Okay,
to
so
men
yeah,
and
he does
women
refer to men and women differently.
You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
You noticed such a tiny...
I mean, I noticed the dude thing, but I just didn't notice the previous chick thing, so I wasn't sure if I was overthinking.
I'm not the
But
frightful
okay.
one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Yeah, I noticed it too, but yeah, I wasn't sure.
Mondo, was it really you?
Yay!
Did you really kill Chihiro?
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Of the small percentage of people I've seen pick up on the dude thing, it's about 50-50 between people thinking he's using it neutrally and the correct thing. See, the thing is, I wasn't sure which way it was being used, but I did pick up on it. Also because there's been some questionable translations, so it's like, it's hard to say for sure. What isn't, like, what is intentional and what isn't. Like, as soon as I saw the dude, I was like, huh, that's interesting. But, like, I didn't say anything because I don't think I said anything because, like, I wasn't sure if he usually referred to everyone as dude or not because I hadn't paid that much attention beforehand. I just noticed it when he said, I don't know, dude was really focused on getting stronger or something like that. I noticed because Chrono had been fixated on him. I was like, I want to be friends with him, but what if I'm wrong and he gets murdered? And then I didn't expect him to do the murdering, though. Well, that was a twist. I really didn't expect him to be the murderer. I thought he might get killed somehow, like piss someone off and get murdered. Stabbed in the back or something, not he did the murdering. I don't know why I had such an impression of him. I think it's just called bias. It's probably called bias.
Yeah! He would never do something like that! This is a false accusation!
It wasn't that. It wasn't the hair. Okay, maybe. I don't know. I was biased for sure. Like, as soon as I heard the voice acting, I was like, this is good voice acting. I like this character. Like, this voice fits the character. The way it's said, it fits the character. Therefore, I like this character. I feel bad for Kiyotaka. Yeah, honestly, honestly, I feel like it would have been really nice if that, like, if those clues could have been during the investigation. Just because, like, at this point in time, it's like, we don't actually have, like, hard evidence necessarily. It's just kind of witnesses talking and guessing. But, like, I wish there was, like, more of a hint of, like, I wish there was, like, a little bit, like, more of a, something to actually point you in the direction of who the actual killer is, like, more clearly than, the rooms were switched. Like, point you in the direction of who is the killer. Then we wouldn't have the 5 hours trial you love so much, Chronos. Who was the Mono testimony that has a dude line? Yeah. But, well, like, it was, like, I saw it in the yeah, it was in the locker room. It was just, like, when he's guarding the body, and it's like, and he was like, oh, I don't know, dude was really focused on getting stronger, or something, or not being weak, and then, like, I heard that, and I was like,
true. My reasoning on that is
Like, see, it's like I'm like I want a hard evidence. I want something that we could like actually like use as a a clue that we could actually use to like directly point. But like, no.
That was bad.
Strudel, give me dinner too. Actually, like, actually probably not. It's like late night. I'm just kind of hungry now because I only ate one meal today, and that was about 6 hours ago. Oh, maybe that is why I'm hungry. That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come. That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you'd found some evidence?
Really?
Of course, just streaming this and talking and having like 100,000 other conversations. Kind of true. Oof. Like, yeah, I've been constantly going on tangents.
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then, here it is. What do you have there? It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
You found it on the ground, right? And it must belong to...
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
Oh, okay, that's where that comes in.
Odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall.
But is it really Leon's that's broken? I don't know.
That is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere?
What if the broken one is Chihiro's?
Did the handbooks get broken?
Is what I thought. How did the handbook break? There's only one possible explanation.
I got it! You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
Yeah! You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession, then
we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Huh?
Why would he answer?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Just tell us already! Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example? Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is... when it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
Wait, the sauna. Kiyotaka and...
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna. The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees.
Wait, and the only one who's wearing his
Don't get burnt.
e-handbook in there with his clothes may have been...
It creates a cooling
Mondo?
layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow
So
pushed
did Mondo
directly
know
onto
that
your
and then
skin,
switched his with
you'd
Leon's?
definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
The sauna battle.
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke?
Why would you bring electronics with you in a sauna, though?
They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
Mondo's got a really ugly expression going on right now.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I do!
I might know someone who did.
Whoa, seriously?
You think the Mondo Taka bro battle had any kind of thinking involved?
The one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
Who might have brought their handbook into the sauna? Really, it could have been only one person.
Here's my answer.
Yeah, because,
Your handbook got broken in the sauna,
what's it?
didn't it?
Kiyotaka was not wearing his clothes in it, but Mondo was.
What? Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on. But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't actually think the sauna battle was actually going to be that important, but like, I mean, I guess it makes sense that it was, because like, why else would they include it? But like, yeah. And like, if they included it, it was such a big part too.
Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
Yes, the towel and the hair.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill.
Is this where the moral compass breaks?
I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I mean, I don't believe it either, but I found something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. What did I find? Wait, what did we find? Let's see. Broken e-handbook, Aoi's account, Genocide Jack's case file.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct...
Let's see. Card reader?
You broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo... You broke
No,
your
wrong
own
button.
handbook.
Ah! I wanted to look at the broken handbook. I think it's in here, right?
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Oh my god. Locked.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is you broke your own handbook.
In other words,
Ah!
if Mondo's handbook
No!
is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
No!
See? Look! Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Okay.
Let's test if what he says you broke your own handbook.
In other words,
Oh!
Mondo's handbook, then that proves
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
No! I got blocked again!
Look! Makoto was wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
I'm gonna be. God,
Let's
fuck.
test if what he says you broke your own.
in other words, if Mondo, then that proves
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
No! Got
See?
blocked!
Look! Makoto
Oh my
was
God!
wrong. Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Let's test if what he says you broke your own handbook.
in other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually, then that proves that what Makoto
Well, my goddamn handbook works just.
no.
There we go. Oh, you shoot the ones in your way.
Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall, isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own.
Ugh, stupid shooting thing.
After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
Ugh.
Right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to
Fuck.
So then, the broken handbook
Why did I let myself get encouraged to do that?
actually Mondo's,
Meh.
which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Someone did. Someone said to pick the hardest difficulty when I first started. I don't remember who it was. Someone said pick the hardest difficulty, and I was like, okay.
Well, here's how I look at it.
Pretty sure someone did.
There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting.
You've destroyed the harder difficulty. I don't think it's been a bad decision. I don't know if this would be called destroying it. I think it's been destroying me.
As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
We should have a chat trial to determine the saboteur chronos. I'm good.
Well, Mondo,
I'm done with these trials
I'm
for
wrong
now.
about this. You're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but
Son of a bitch. What's wrong, bro? Come on, tell him he's wrong. You are wrong. You have to be wrong. Everything you just said is wrong. You made it all up.
okay. Then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning?
God.
That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
I don't know if that's right. I don't think that's right. Well, I'll come back to it later. Yeah, this is not right. But that doesn't seem right either for order. No, this is right. Okay. Right, the bloodlust came afterwards because it was him.
Here's exactly what happened.
I hope this is right.
First, let's take a look back to before the incident.
Make sure Leon came back and threw the crystal ball again. Hang on, which one was Leon? The one with the ball.
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct?
Hello, worm.
At the time, she was apparently
tired.
stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste?
End-ish, yes. Leon died in chapter 1.
Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he, which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room.
Yes, Leon is the redhead.
Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked
Crunch. Ugh.
And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course, but this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room.
In what you might call a crime scene switch.
But no. Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated. So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got—
At the very least, I can't imagine Masa being dumb enough though to like gamble with his life like this and fuck with evidence in a death game. So yeah, I don't know why he would fucking do this. Like, there's no real need.
Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there.
Like, I can see him doing it for that reason, I just think it's dumb.
He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. And around the
I
same
would prefer a boring and much more straightforward investigation. Honestly.
The killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out.
I guess. That would be a good excuse to reveal the existence of Genocide Jack, but still. Genocide Jill.
Isn't that right, Mondo Arata?
Oh, I hate this part. I'm so bad at this part.
No, this can't be right. Where's your evidence? Yeah, where's your evidence? You need evidence. You need proof. Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him.
Evidence that Mondo was a killer that already revealed itself earlier in the trial. If you do check on one item of his and everything will become clear. The element added the bullet time battle. Would you like to hear more? Yes. What? Oh no, this is getting more complicated. Oh god. I hate myself. Why did I make myself on difficulties? I'm already bad at tempo! Fuck, this is a combo. Okay, I need to check the instructions. Okay. Fuck.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. You're corrupt. I refuse to vote. I refute you. False. You're corrupt. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. Show me some evidence. You're wrong.
Ugh, fuck. Ugh, nobody believes me. No one wants to hear what I say. Oh, no. Fuck. Rachel used her own special time when they did theirs. I did use my own special time. I did. I used my own special time. And then I still couldn't see anything. But it said I could hit anything I wanted when I used my nega time. Or my whatever, fever time. It says I could hit any button I wanted. And it would work. I.e. mistiming? Okay. However, Makoto is not black and like too bad. Graduate. Wait, why would they blame Makoto? What? I'm so confused.
I refuse to give up yet.
Fever time and nega time during multi battle. Press the RB button, fever time whack, and then vote will force to its max. When you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. Push A, Y, A, Y. Of course, it won't be fair if only you got access. Okay. Time that your opponent can use.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. You're corrupt. I refuse to vote. I refute you. False. You're corrupt. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
This thing is... I hate this beat thing. I hate this timing thing. I'm so bad at it in the first place. I had to make more difficulty. My thing so far is right. One of us are replaced.
Broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now.
Be better at rhythm names.
Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I did it. I killed him.
What? He just admitted it? Ugh. Yeah. Yay, money.
Bro? What are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just give up. Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Oof. Mondo, why? Also, I suck at dancing. Yes, I do. I don't think they've explained why he did it yet.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank!
Oh, now he's making it something we have to do.
Who will you elect as the Blackened this
Oh,
time
no, okay, I
around?
see.
Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Post-trial, okay. Mondo, no! Mondo! Why you gotta do this?
What?
Uh-oh, this time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Mondo Owada. Ellipses.
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful. I refuse to believe it. And this is how Kiyotaka stops being the moral compass, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm not actually sure, but if there was a reason to, this could be one. I refuse. There's no way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
Well, why are you apologizing? Why? 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 Why did you do it? Ellipses.
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually...
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hear the you can hit the B button to fast forward the text. Anyway, there once was a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He had heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out. Now, nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him. It was not so easily weeded out. I hate this lisp. Fucking lisp. 3. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger. I'm weak.
Weak.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then, the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Ugh, fucking... Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I don't really want to talk about it right now. But I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so... that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask someone for help. Lisp, I hate you. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. And the person he went to?
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. Yep, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. Ellipses. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Huh? Did what he did? You mean, that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Fucking lisp. Fucking lisp. I can't fucking pronounce things right. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. But how does moving the body keep his secret? Because if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so... He tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook, see? Then... Mondo did all that to keep the promise he made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed? Lisp is good, Lisp is fun. I don't know about that. Ellipses. Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why? Why did you... Ellipses. Because, no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible! Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know? Even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong!
It's impossible!
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Fucking lisp. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Good. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, #1 in the gang, and his #2, his younger brother Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy, but when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday... Oh yeah, that Diamondo. Crazy diamonds, yep. Oops, fuck, I missed a line. Let's see. His brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. Oh, I didn't think of that. I forgot about that. The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this gang with his bare hands. Mondo was just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why... I gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Or Daya. Once. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes, I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. Incoming traffic? I would have said incoming. But okay. But suddenly... laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened. Hey kid, the rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. Because it's the team you and me put together. It's a promise between men. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang, in order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother. He could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger, under the banner of the kid who bested his big brother. Dai was going to lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad. He was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother. Oh, hello, Monokuma the Bean. Hello. I'm strong. Strong. And yet... As soon as our killing game began, he realized... No matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. Also, fucking hell, I'm still like... lisp is every time I'm like, this is getting in my way. Bah! No matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then, the lovely, the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it all would have been for nothing. So that's why... Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness, and just started swirling around. I'd never felt anything like it before.
I just...
Yeah, that's true. The other gang members aren't here, so like, why would they know? I didn't know what to do about it. I think Monokuma said he was going to run out and broadcast it to the rest of the world. That he was going to like print it out in like flyers and then throw it out everywhere on crowded streets and like spread the news all over the internet and like, yeah. And that stuff. Yeah, that. Monokuma did threaten to blare it from a speaker van, yes. It turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
'Cause, I mean, you kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But...
You're right, but...
I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong, it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us. Ellipses. So, what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
Huh? I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was a kind of strength I never had. So I was jealous of him. Fucking Liz. Stupid misaligners. And that jealousy broke me.
What? What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong? Are you fucking with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you.
Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just
no.
wanted to...
I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Strong is strong, 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 strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch.
And stronger than Daya. Those two are such an interesting study in different types of strength. Chihiro had the mental emotional strength to try to overcome his physical weakness. Mondo uses his physical strength to mask his own mental emotional weakness. Imagine if it weren't in a killing game scenario, and or Mondo ever got therapy. They could have helped each other so much. Yes, that is probably true. Also, I'll be right back. Okay. Back. I don't remember anything after that. It was time to run away, Chihiro, like 3 sentences ago. Like, one of them is a lot easier to fix than the other. Oh, chill. Yeah, Mondo was easily the second strongest there, whenever they called for guard duty. It was Sakura and Mondo. I recall that Chihiro is 4'10" and sits on a gamer chair all day. 4'10" is almost as short as Chrono. Wait, what do you mean? Hey, what do you mean? What? No, that's an entire half a foot! What? No. Lies. I'm taller than Chihiro. Shorter than probably Mondo and Sakura though, but I'm taller than Chihiro. Jesus Christ, Strudel. Jesus Christ, y'all. I said I'm half a foot taller than Chihiro. I said I'm taller. More American words have never been said. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand, and I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey. Ellipses. I killed him.
I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been.
Hallway camera is so weird. Makoto's pretty short and second shortest human tied with Hina, but the camera makes Chihiro, even Chihiro, seem to tower over him. Possibly true.
And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in a heart like his, and it turned him cold-blooded. God damn it. Look at him! You see? You're all just like him. For a secret from the past. For a memory. For that, he killed another living human being in cold blood. He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? 'Cause I sure don't. And yes, I'm pretty sure that's also hot-blooded. Rather than cold-blooded. Just shut up, you son of a bitch. Go ahead, say that again. I dare you.
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want, is what I want to say, but... Unfortunately, I can't do that right now. Because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now.
That's what I promised you, right? The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
I agree, Shell. Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment for Mondo Wada, the ultimate biker gang leader. No, wait!
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
I said wait! Ellipses.
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Oof. Oh. The Cage of Death. Oh. Oof. What? I'm so confused about what happened. He was churned? Question mark, question mark, question mark? He was centrifuged into butter. But like there was, oh, okay, centrifuge. And there was also a lot of electricity going on. But if he was centrifuged into butter, then wouldn't he be like, wouldn't there be, how would it go so... Yeah, but then how would it have fallen so neatly afterwards? Like, how would it have, like, it wouldn't have been that neat, would it? Like, it doesn't... Because it's a cartoon? I mean, I guess. Did you want to see all the pink and terror chronos? No, but like, it's kind of a, it's just like a iron bar cage. So like, if he was turned into butter, then at the end of it, wouldn't it just all fall through the bars and just splat on the ground? Right? Yeah. Like, I don't know how he would turn into butter. I don't understand what happened, honestly. But also, like, if he was literally turned like that and, like, turned into, like, a tiny little paste that could fit in, like, a little container like that, then, like, how did it just not, like, fall through the bars? There was a collection plate for the butter at the bottom. Does that make you feel better? I guess, but then, like, the motorcycle wouldn't be so clean either, but okay. Whatever. I don't understand. Whatever. Laugh at death and your soul will forever be at peace. It can't be. My brother. Another murder and another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. I also don't understand Jingo. Like, there's a lot I don't understand about what just happened. Maybe I'll just let it happen. As Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls, we were forced to realize once again. But of course, he had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game? But Byakuya?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do. Because this game is life or death.
Hey,
I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that.
however,
I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless. Wait, is calm and emotionless? Like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Calm and emotionless. Why? Isn't it obvious? More interesting. I don't know how. I'm not good at doing emotionless. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored that nighttime rule too? That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please, continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. Ugh. It doesn't sound right, though. I don't know. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. What? You mean you actually witnessed the murder? You are such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
Well...
So you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed, but if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to, lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So, after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene? But damn, man. If we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, we would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously, I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course. Byakuya turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to perform an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to be blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for. What?
Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes. We're done listening to your story. Moving on. There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma. And yeah, like honestly, like that's a giant hole in there, Neoman. Like, he would be like, everyone would think he's the killer, and then he would like be like, no, it wasn't me, it was that dude, I totally saw it. And people would be like, yeah, sure you did. Sure, buddy.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next?
You...
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why? Yeah, I don't know if he would reveal it before it got to the point of no return. Because he didn't even figure out the whole, rooms were switched and a bunch of other things, so... I don't... Like, I would agree. He's overconfident and thinks he could talk his way out, and I'm like, nope. But, like, he could think that. It just doesn't mean he's right. Do you like them? But you know, this punishment, this despair, is not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair, is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
You're over-exaggerating. I'm not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
Damn.
What do you mean? 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 Mean?
What the heck?
Mean. Good grief. I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing. Whatever, it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me. The noble son of a noble family. Truly you understand me. I mean, yeah, but like, those assumptions would have tripped him up later, probably. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
Nagi could murder Kirigiri and then trial would be a joke. Nagi has no backbone to do that, though. Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Yep. Let me just say this. After I've achieved complete victory, you're up next. That's true, Newman. I'm going to find you and kill you. Understand?
In the name of my
Fucking
family.
lisp. Like saying these lines, and it's like they just don't come out right. Pah. In the name of the Togami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled.
Oh, so cool! It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you. I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you. Temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap. Imagine if this was actually a video game and Byakuya wasn't the NC. I would be so mad. Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom, and the curtains closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that this wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing
That's
can
true,
hope to
he doesn't
match.
really, he's like wearing
But
mittens.
I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right? Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away!
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
Ooh, my, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but... Super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied! Because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
You received the crazy diamond present. Yes. mhm.
I know I shouldn't cry.
You know what? Maybe we should stop here. It is late and I do have things to do in the morning. And, you know, I don't know. Like, if this is a short bit, then yeah, sure, I could continue, but I don't know how long this will go. So, yeah. Wait, I would say it's very early. Yeah, arguably, yes. I think it's short? Okay. I know I shouldn't cry, but...
I've had enough. I can't take it anymore. Getting out of here anytime soon. It's impossible. I can't let myself think about how much I want to get out of here. If I keep thinking like that, I might decide to...
Donuts. I need to eat some donuts. That'll cheer me up. Glazed donuts, twisty donuts, jelly donuts, cream-filled donut holes, malasadas.
Okay.
Oh god of donuts. I'm praying for a wonderful encounter. Sniff. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for breaking the nighttime rule. But right now for me, donuts are absolutely necessary. I don't like the sound.
Huh?
It sounds like it's coming from the bathhouse.
But...
I'm super scared, but... Is someone there? Oh, jeez, gasp. Next generation legend stand tall, galactic hero. Daily life. Okay. Is this something programmed? It sounds like it was probably something programmed. The morning after the conclusion of the second class trial. Everyone met up in the dining hall just like always. Okay, I can save here. Okay. Alright. Chapter 3 is something else. I love it. It's crazy as hell. Talk to Taka. Just say hi. I'm sure he's taking Mondo's execution well. Sure. Or would you pray to the god of donuts in the middle of the night while hungry? It never occurred to me to pray to the god of donuts. It never occurred to me that there was a god of donuts. Alright, well, I'm gonna try to close things, because like my Streamlabs has not been showing me anything. Whether it be more middle of the week stream Cronus. I don't know. I don't think so. Because there's no holiday in these upcoming weeks. But I don't know, maybe. I'll have to see. Like, I need to figure out the affiliate thing first. But I'm going to say probably not. Yeah. I need to figure out the affiliate stuff, and then there were some issues because of like the two-factor authentication and a bunch of other stuff, so. Maybe if you pray to the god of donuts, you receive a 24-pack of magic donuts. Wouldn't that be nice? Responsible. Alright, well, I need to be up in 5 hours? Less than 5 hours? Yeah, so I'm gonna go take a nap, go to bed, sleep for like 5 hours, and yeah. I have two-factor authentication on. It's messed with my tokens and everything, which messed with my settings on a lot of things, so it took me a while to get started. But yeah, good night. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for the chatting, I enjoyed it quite a bit. See you all later.